Secretary General of the United Nations, Her Excellency, the Right Honorable Elizabeth Truss, Foreign Secretary and Minister for Women and Equalities of the United Kingdom, Her Excellency Ms. Annalena Baerbock, Federal Foreign Minister of Germany, His Excellency Mr. Sultan bin Saad Al Muraki, Minister of State for Foreign Affairs of Qatar, and Mr. Martin Griffiths, Under Secretary General for Humanitarian Affairs and Emergency Relief Coordinator. As Mr. Guterres will have to leave for other meetings at around 10 a.m. here in New York, let me first give the floor to the Secretary General.
Excellencies, colleagues, and friends, thank you for joining us today in solidarity with the people of Afghanistan. And I thank the governments of the United Kingdom, Germany, and Qatar for hosting this pledging conference. Excellencies, the massive humanitarian response in Afghanistan since August 2021 undoubtedly saved many lives over the winter. I thank many of you for your contributions to the full funding of last year's humanitarian appeal. However, despite our collective efforts, the already dire humanitarian situation in Afghanistan has deteriorated alarmingly over the past months. Some 95% of people do not have enough to eat, and 9 million people are at risk of famine. UNICEF estimates that 1 million severely malnourished children are on the verge of death without immediate action, and global food prices are skyrocketing as a result of the war in Ukraine. This spells catastrophe for both Afghans struggling to feed their families and for our aid operations. Without immediate action, we face a starvation and malnutrition crisis in Afghanistan. People are already selling their children and their body parts in order to feed their families. Afghanistan's economy has effectively collapsed. There is very little cash. More than 80% of the population are in debt. Key workers in vital services, including schools and hospitals, have not been paid for months. Businesses cannot operate. International aid agencies can barely function, and local partners face even greater hurdles. Livelihoods have evaporated, and farmers cannot buy seeds or fertilizers. The UN Development Programme has warned that unless we take action, 97% of Afghans could be living below the poverty line by the middle of this year. Humanitarian needs have tripled since last June. Yes, tripled. And they are growing day by day, month by month. Excellencies, the international community must find ways to spare the Afghan people from the impact of the decision to halt development support to Afghanistan and to freeze nearly $9 billion in Afghan assets overseas. It must make cash available so the Afghan economy can breathe and the Afghan people can eat. Wealthy, powerful countries cannot ignore the consequences of their decisions on the most vulnerable. The first step in any meaningful humanitarian response must be to halt the death spiral of the Afghan economy. Without that, even the best funded and most effective aid operation will not save the people of Afghanistan from an unimaginable future. Excellencies, since last August, humanitarian operations in Afghanistan have ramped up to cope with increased needs. We stayed, we delivered, and we are determined to keep delivering. Humanitarian aid is providing a fragile lifeline for millions of Afghans. Last year, humanitarian partners reached nearly 20 million people across all parts of the country with life-saving assistance, including food, clean water, healthcare, protection, shelter, education, and winterization. So far this year, the World Food Programme has reached more than 14 million people with food, nutrition, and resilience support. In February alone, UNICEF reached close to 4 million people across the country with health services, and UNICEF personnel screened nearly 1 million children for malnutrition in February alone. UNHCR, working in areas prioritized for the return of refugees and internally displaced people, has provided support to more than 500,000 people so far this year. And UNFPA reached more than 250,000 people between August and December with reproductive health and protection services. OCHA's funding mechanisms, including the Central Emergency Response Fund and the Afghanistan Humanitarian Fund, were integral to getting funds quickly to where they were most needed. Excellencies, our funding appeal for Afghanistan this year is $4.4 billion, the world's largest appeal for a single country. Together with our partners, we aim to reach 22 million people with food, water, health care, protection, shelter, education, and other forms of life-saving aid. And so far, the appeal is currently less than 13% funded. I appeal to you to provide unconditional and flexible funding as soon as possible. I also call for all those with influence to use it to ensure continued safe, rapid, and unimpeded access for humanitarian staff, women and men alike, to all parts of Afghanistan. I'd like to express my admiration and gratitude to our hundreds of United Nations personnel and partners in Afghanistan who are working hard to get aid to the most remote areas. The vast majority of these personnel are Afghan nationals doing extraordinary work throughout the country. And we need women aid workers to get aid into the hands of Afghan women, and we continue our efforts to make sure women are a central part of humanitarian delivery. Support for the rights of Afghan women is support that lifts children out of hunger and communities out of poverty. I deeply regret the girls' education above 6th grade remains suspended, a violation of the equal rights of girls that damages the entire country and leaves girls more exposed to violence, poverty, and exploitation. There is simply no justification for such discrimination. Educated girls become educated women who lift their families and communities into a better future. The inclusion of women and girls in all sectors of society and the economy is essential to overcoming Afghanistan's intersecting economic, humanitarian, and human rights crises. I call on those with influence to use it to pressure the de facto authorities to fulfill their promise to reopen schools for all students without discrimination or further delay. And while we wait for girls to return to school, we cannot use their education as a bargaining tool. There is no rationale for withholding humanitarian aid based on this decision by the de facto authorities. The Afghan people cannot be doubly punished. Excellencies, the United Nations stands together with the people of Afghanistan. I welcome the Security Council's recent resolution renewing the mandate of the UN Assistance Mission in Afghanistan with a focus on coordinating humanitarian aid and promoting humanitarian rights. We must now back this unity with pledges that will make an immediate and tangible difference. In the weeks and months ahead, I count on coordinated action to find creative solutions to set the Afghan economy back on its feet. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary General, for your remarks and for your appeal and reminding us that humanitarian needs have tripled in Afghanistan and of the investment needed to help the population survive. We will now watch a pre-recorded statement from Her Excellency, the Right Honorable Elizabeth Truss, Foreign Secretary and Minister for Women and Equalities of the United Kingdom.
Secretary General, Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us at this critical event. As a direct result of the Taliban's violent takeover, Afghanistan is the scene of the world's largest humanitarian crisis. More than 20 million people in dire need of humanitarian support, and over 1 million children at risk of dying from hunger. Even while we respond urgently to the crisis in Ukraine, we can't neglect the people of Afghanistan. That's why the United Kingdom is proud to be co-hosting this conference with the United Nations, Qatar, and Germany to strengthen the international response, which has already saved lives this winter. The UK has led by example. Under our G7 presidency, we rallied our allies in calling on the Taliban to respect the freedom and human rights of all Afghans. We've doubled UK aid to Afghanistan, disbursing £286 million, $380 million this financial year. And I'm pleased to announce we'll match that with the same amount in the financial year which starts tomorrow. As part of the global effort, we provided health services for over 300,000 people. And we provided over 6 million people with emergency health, food, water, shelter, and education support through the UN Afghanistan Humanitarian Fund. I want to thank the UN agencies and NGOs for working hard to deliver in these tough times. We worked closely with partners in the UN Security Council to agree the humanitarian exception to the UN Afghanistan sanctions regime. But there is more we can and must do together. Now is the time to dig deep by pledging to support the Afghan population, particularly those most in need. The UN has launched its largest ever appeal for Afghanistan this year. We need to work through the UN to deliver real change for the Afghan people, upholding their rights and holding the Taliban to account. Our friends and partners in the region continue to play a critical role. I'd like to thank countries across the region that have offered support and delivered urgent humanitarian aid. I especially welcome the OIC's new trust fund. We know there are no easy fixes to Afghanistan's problems. And whilst humanitarian assistance is vital now, it won't be enough to restart Afghanistan's economy. All Afghans have a right to basic services like education and health. And we want to see Afghanistan able to grow, so in time it can finance its own development. But our potential to provide support will depend on how constructively the Taliban engage on key issues like the rights of women and girls, and also ethnic and religious minorities. Women and girls are amongst the most marginalised groups. They have been denied opportunities in education and employment, which are key drivers of equality. No nation can succeed if half of its population is held back. Women and girls must be allowed the chance to study at all levels. Children have the right, regardless of where they're born, to build their own future through education. Most Afghan women suffer violence in their lifetime, and more girls are being pushed into early marriages. That isn't acceptable, and it's why we must put women and girls at the heart of our response. Afghan women are fierce advocates for their country and deserve the opportunity to realise their potential. The United Kingdom is committed that at least 50% of those we reach with our aid should be women and girls, and will continue to monitor the Taliban's actions, especially in this area. We have to work in unison to deliver a better future for Afghanistan, and by stepping up to the plate, we can enable freedom to flourish. Our aim cannot be merely for the Afghan people to survive, we want them to thrive. And that's the key to building a better and safer future for us all. Thank you for your support.
Thank you, Ms. Truss, for those insightful comments and for your pledge of UK continued future for a better Afghanistan. We will now watch a pre-recorded statement from Her Excellency, Ms. Annalena Baerbock.
Secretary General, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I recently met with a women's rights activist from Afghanistan. She deplored how the Taliban are reversing women's rights in the country. It's like all the progress we have made was built out of ice. That ice has been put in the sun, and now everything is melting away. That's how she put it. What we see in Afghanistan these days underlines this dire assessment. Afghan girls were eager to get back to their classrooms last week, to return to their books, to resume their education and to see their classmates again. But when they arrived at their schools, they were sent home. It broke everybody's heart to see the images of these girls crying in front of their closed schools. But it also filled my heart with courage to see that many bravely took to the streets to demonstrate for the right to an education. Together with our partners, we urgently call upon the Taliban to grant equal access to education everywhere in the country. The plight of girls is a dark illustration of the suffering of the Afghan people. The humanitarian crisis Afghans face is among the gravest in the world. After the worst drought in 30 years, hunger is now threatening 23 million people. The Taliban has crushed the economy while the pandemic has stretched hospitals to their limits. And after years of violence and war, millions of children, women, men remain refugees in their own country. That's why the international community must step up its humanitarian support for Afghanistan. And it must stand in support of neighboring countries where many Afghans have been seeking shelter. Therefore, Germany will provide an additional 200 million euro in humanitarian funding for people in Afghanistan. We are also supporting a joint call by Martin Griffiths and our humanitarian partners. The Taliban must give humanitarian actors unimpeded access and ensure their safety. And they must not interfere with humanitarian assistance. It is unacceptable that the World Food Programme, for example, is currently not able to deliver life-saving food assistance in Kabul, Kandahar, and Ghor provinces. I applaud the courage of all humanitarian workers in Afghanistan. They are saving lives every day. We are committed to supporting their work because we are committed to the Afghan people. But beyond humanitarian support, our engagement in Afghanistan will depend on the actions of the Taliban government. We will measure them by these actions, not by their words. The Taliban know our expectations. They must respect human rights, form an inclusive government, and fight terrorism. No country will develop and thrive if women and girls are excluded from economic and social life. The progress that the women and girls of Afghanistan have achieved over the last 2 decades must not be washed away like ice melting in the sun. Instead, it should be as solid as a rock. That's our urgent demand of the Taliban. Education is our basic right, not a political enterprise. That is what a girl protesting in Kabul last week had written on her poster. As a German foreign minister, as a mother of 2 daughters, I could not agree more.
Thank you, Annalena Baerbock, Federal Foreign Minister of Germany, for your appeal for access to education on behalf of Afghanistan's girls and women, and your call on the international community to step up as Germany is doing. Let me now invite His Excellency, Mr. Sultan bin Saad Al Maraki, Qatar's Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, to share some thoughts.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. سعادة السيد أنطونيو غوتيريش الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة، أصحاب السعادة السيدات والسادة، نتوجه ببالغ الشكر لسعادة السيد أنطونيو غوتيريش الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة على عقد هذا المؤتمر، وتسعدنا المشاركة في استضافته إلى جانب المملكة المتحدة وألمانيا. أعتقد ما يسمعوني عبد العزيز. اسمع. وتسعدنا المشاركة في استضافته إلى جانب المملكة المتحدة وألمانيا بالنظر لما يمثله من فرصة هامة لتسليط الضوء على الاحتياجات الإنسانية المتفاقمة في أفغانستان وحشد الجهود الدولية للاستجابة لها. Can you hear me?
Okay. I think we're working on fixing the interpretation. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. Yes, now we can hear the interpretation. Sir, Mr. Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, could we ask you to begin again, because we weren't able to access the interpretation. Now, my understanding is the interpretation is working.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, interpreter. I will ask the minister to please begin again.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. سعادة السيد أنطونيو غوتيريش الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة، أصحاب السعادة السيدات والسادة، نتوجه ببالغ الشكر لسعادة السيد أنطونيو غوتيريش الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة على عقد هذا المؤتمر، وتسعدنا المشاركة في استضافته إلى جانب المملكة المتحدة وألمانيا بالنظر لما يمثله من فرصة هامة لتسليط الضوء على الاحتياجات الإنسانية المتفاقمة في أفغانستان وحشد الجهود الدولية للاستجابة لها. ونغتنم هذه الفرصة لنثني على الجهود الشاملة والدور المركزي الذي تطلع به الأمم المتحدة للمساهمة في ترسيخ السلم والاستقرار في أفغانستان وتلبية الاحتياجات الإنسانية لشعب أفغانستان. ونؤكد بأن دولة قطر لن تتوانى عن مواصلة التنسيق الوثيق مع الأمم المتحدة لتسهيل أداء ذلك الدور الهام. أصحاب السعادة، أن التحديات الإنسانية والتنموية التي عانى منها الشعب الأفغاني بسبب النزاع المطول وحالات الجفاف وجائحة فيروس كورونا قد تفاقمت خلال الأشهر الأخيرة في ظل الأزمة الاقتصادية والنقدية الراهنة، ويحدون الأمل في أن تسهم جهود المجتمع الدولي في تجنب الشعب الأفغاني كارثة حقيقية وتمكنه من التصدي لكافة التحديات الإنسانية والاقتصادية والاجتماعية والأمنية والحقوقية والحفاظ على ما تم إحرازه من مكاسب والتقدم. أصحاب السعادة، أن العامل الأساسي لتحسين الأوضاع الإنسانية هو تحقيق السلام المستدام، وعليه بذلت دولة قطر جهودا مستفيضة وناجحة خلال السنوات الماضية لدعم التوصل لهذا الهدف المنشود. كما دأبت دولة قطر على مواصلة التزامها كشريك دولي مخلص لأفغانستان والبناء على وساطتها النزيهة وعلاقاتها الدولية الفاعلة لتعزيز التوافق الدولي حول أفغانستان وضمان مصلحة شعبه. وخلال الأشهر الأخيرة استضافت الدوحة العديد من أصحاب المصلحة بمن فيهم حكومة تصريف الأعمال الأفغانية والأمم المتحدة والشركاء الدوليين، وتمت اتصالات ومشاورات مكثفة معهم لتحقيق الاستقرار في أفغانستان ومعالجة القضايا العاجلة. وقد اطلعت دولة قطر بجهود رائدة لتسهيل إجلاء الأفغان والأجانب المعرضين للخطر، ومشاركة من دولة قطر في تقديم العون الإنساني العاجل. أطلقت جسرا جويا من قطر إلى كابول نقل عبره حتى الآن ما يزيد عن 700 طن من المواد الغذائية والطبية العاجلة بجهود من صندوق قطر للتنمية وقطر الخيرية والهلال الأحمر القطري بالتعاون مع الوكالات الأممية، منظمة الصحة العالمية واليونسف والمفوضية السامية للأمم المتحدة لشؤون اللاجئين. كما تعاونت دولة قطر مع الدول الصديقة في نقل المساعدات، وهي منخرطة حاليا مع تركيا وحكومة تصريف الأعمال بشأن إدارة وتشغيل مطار كابل الدولي. وكذلك تواصل دورها الهام في تيسير أنشطة الأمم المتحدة وعملياتها التشغيلية في أفغانستان. الحضور الكريم، إن المساعدات الإنسانية العاجلة ليست كافية لتلبية الاحتياجات بطريقة مستدامة، بل يجب أيضا تلبية الاحتياجات التنموية، وكذلك معالجة العقبات الناجمة عن الأزمة النقدية وتيسير تمويل العمل الإنساني. وبهذا الصدد نرحب بقرار مجلس الأمن 2615، كما نرحب بالجهود الرامية إلى إعادة تخصيص جزء من الأموال من الصندوق الاستئماني لإعادة إعمار أفغانستان RTUK، والخطوات المتخذة نحو تفعيل صندوق التبادل الإنساني HEF. كما تم إحراز بعض التقدم الملموس في إيصال المساعدات الإنسانية خلال الأشهر الأخيرة، واتخذت حكومة تصريف الأعمال بعض الخطوات في الاتجاه الصحيح على صعيد السياسة الاقتصادية والمشاركة مع القطاع الخاص والمجتمع المدني. ونحن ندرك أن المزيد من التقدم يحتاج إلى وقت، خاصة في ظل القدرات المحدودة. وفي الوقت نفسه فإن دولة قطر لا تزال تشدد على ضرورة اتخاذ إجراءات ملموسة في مجال الشمولية والمصالحة الوطنية وحماية حقوق الإنسان، وعلى وجه الخصوص الحاجة إلى حماية وتعزيز حقوق المرأة والفتاة. السيدات والسادة، مع استمرار تدهور الوضع الإنساني والانهيار الاقتصادي في أفغانستان والزيادة في عدد الأشخاص الذين يحتاجون إلى مساعدات إنسانية للبقاء على قيد الحياة، فإنه يقع على عاتقنا مسؤولية جماعية لمواصلة الالتزام الجماعي وتقديم الدعم والتمويل الإنساني اللازم. إن دولة قطر التي بذلت جهود حثيثة ومكثفة لمساعدة الشعب الأفغاني خلال هذه المرحلة الحرجة قد قدمت في الأشهر الأخيرة دعما تصل قيمته قرابة 50 مليون دولار. ويسعدنا أن نعلن اليوم عن تعهد إضافي لدعم الاستجابة الإنسانية في أفغانستان لعام 2022 بإجمالي 25 مليون دولار. وأود أن أختتم بالإعراب عن تضامن دولة قطر الكامل مع الشعب الأفغاني، ولن نألو جهدا لمواصلة دعمه لينال ما يستحقه في التوصل إلى مجتمع ينعم بالاستقرار والأمن والسلامة والتنمية. شاكر لكم حسن الاستماع.
I thank Qatar's Minister of State for Foreign Affairs for Qatar's multidimensional support to Afghanistan. And I'd now like to pass the floor to Mr. Martin Griffiths, Undersecretary General for Humanitarian Affairs and Emergency Relief Coordinator.
Many thanks, Melissa. Thank you very much for this opportunity. And thank you, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and of course, Secretary General. Thank you all for being here. I'd like to add my thanks also to the governments of Qatar, the United Kingdom, and Germany for their deep commitment to the people of Afghanistan, as evidenced by their co-hosting today. I have just left Afghanistan today, in fact, just arrived here in Doha, and I spent time in Kabul and Bamiyan. And I must tell you that I saw human suffering during those 3 days that left me quite speechless. In Kabul, I visited a hospital, the Indira Gandhi Hospital, and saw severely malnourished children and newborns clinging to life, sharing rundown, rackety incubators. These babies were emaciated, listless, and far too small. And mind you, this is in downtown Kabul. This is not out in the rural areas and the poorer areas of this country. One 5-month-old baby, Zuleika, was so weak she couldn't cry. Her eyes simply stared up at me, glazed expression, as she opened and closed her mouth silently, and next to her, her mother cried silently too. I met another woman who was trying her best to keep her 3-month-old baby alive. She told us that she'd already lost 2 of her children to starvation. Hospital staff told me that 3 babies had already died the day we visited, in that ward of about 20. To any parent, this feels unimaginable. The hospital staff work heroically to help these, the youngest of patients, have a chance at life. And their critical work is made possible by ICRC. We will hear more from Peter Maurer, who has stepped in to pay the salaries of the hospital staff, but also with a technical assistance and support and material assistance from WHO and UNICEF working seamlessly together. Essential. When I asked the hospital director what would he want as a message, he said, please, can you make sure that the support continues? But in recent months, life for ordinary Afghans has become even more unbearable, as we have heard. 6 out of 10 people in Afghanistan need humanitarian aid, among them almost 6 million people who've been uprooted inside the country. They need food, healthcare, but also livelihood support. And the economy is too weak to sustain the lives of everyday people. And as we've heard, we're appealing for $4.4 billion for this year to provide life-saving support. An all-time high figure, and I think we all wish it were not so. And it tells us that life is indeed, as the Secretary General has said, hanging on by a thread for more than half the people in Afghanistan. With donors' generous support, we will keep doing everything that we can, as we have been. The emergency response has kept millions of vulnerable Afghans alive, including women and children. Last year, we reached close to half the population with life-saving aid. Thanks to generous donor contributions, the humanitarian response since September has averted the worst, and indeed it was the best funded appeal last year, providing a lifeline for millions of people. I thank Afghanistan's neighbors, and I'm here in one of them, for providing a home to nearly 6 million of its people. And I thank UNHCR and their High Commissioner for their leadership of the regional response. Despite this, we are only just managing to stave off extreme food insecurity, preserving some essential services and barely preventing a complete meltdown of the country. And as we have already heard from previous speakers, and I'm sure we will from ones to come, whichever way you look at it, the people of Afghanistan need more than humanitarian aid alone. The situation is incredibly fragile. Many humanitarian donors rightly point to the need for the de facto Taliban authorities to play their part. And again, we've heard this today. Many are especially frustrated by the recent decision to restrict access to education for girls. And I completely share this frustration, as we all do. And yet, and I want to say this plainly as possible, please don't make the people of Afghanistan suffer twice. They desperately need help. Please don't reduce assistance because of this wretched statement that we heard last week. I also want to report that I met with the Taliban in Kabul. Of course, that's why I went there. And I heard a renewed sense of commitment to those assurances offered to me and the humanitarian community in writing back in September, in which we discussed in the launch of the Secretary General launched the appeal in September the 13th in Geneva. And they reconfirmed their commitment to those promises for space and principle for unimpeded access and operations for humanitarian assistance, and for the freedom of all humanitarian workers to operate without let or. And I left those meetings yesterday, the day before, with a firm belief that the door to engagement with the de facto authorities remains open. They want to engage, they want to find a constructive path forward. They often don't know quite how to achieve that with the international community. And that includes very, very much on the issue, the vexed and very difficult issue of girls' education, which of course I discussed in some detail, where my sense is that they hope to resolve this in the near future, just as we all hope that that will be resolved in the very near future. So there are opportunities ahead of us, and we must seize them to secure a future for the people of Afghanistan. We must find productive ways, as Filippo Grandi recently said when he visited Afghanistan a short time ago, to engage in genuine dialogue with the Taliban. And I was told this indeed by some of the Taliban leaders that I met in these last days. And they urged me to send that message to the international community. I believe they're ready to do so. And I know, of course, that the UN is ready to do this. And I spent time, of course, with the leadership of our very distinguished mission, UNAMA, in Kabul. The challenge ahead of us takes political will, but it's not insurmountable. We can get there together with patience, with dialogue, with understanding, and also with insistence on values. How do we help the people of Afghanistan find a glimmer of hope? To move forward, Melissa, I believe we need progress on several fronts. First, we need, as has been said, sustained, unconditional and flexible funding to help us continue to reach more people in our humanitarian response plan, in the Afghanistan Humanitarian Fund, and in the regional response plan under the leadership of UNHCR. Second, as a distinguished minister from Qatar made very clear, we must find a way to get money back into the economy and into people's pockets. The salaries of public sector workers, of healthcare workers, teachers, and other essential services, the people I saw in that hospital the day before yesterday, the salaries must be paid. Salaries of teachers, the salaries of frontline workers, and these are the people critical to the survival of millions of Afghans. And the provision of basic human needs, which has been so much discussed as a priority in Afghanistan, is indeed, for me, one of the principal messages I take away from this visit to Afghanistan. Humanitarian operations do not exist independent of other needs. And thirdly, for this to happen, all of this to happen, Afghanistan can no longer be isolated from the international financial system. Restoring the formal banking system is critical for the country and for humanitarian aid delivery, again, as the Minister of State from Qatar has said. And for that, the central bank must have the necessary technical capacity, and we need that humanitarian exchange facility up and running as soon as possible. We must also recognize the role, and we will hear from their leaderships, that regional entities like the Islamic Development Bank, the Asian Development Bank, and of course the OIC, which has already been mentioned, can play in restoring confidence in Afghanistan's banking system in the measures to restore its economic agility, but also to do so with appropriate accountability mechanisms. And finally, the international community must find more meaningful and constructive ways to engage the de facto authorities on all those important issues we're discussing here today. Only through dialogue can we ultimately address some of the most significant drivers of humanitarian need. I hope we can make progress on these fronts together, and I'm very, very pleased and honored, Melissa, to be part of this segment. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Martin, and especially for your searing eyewitness account of what starvation looks like and how ordinary Afghans are just hanging on by a thread. Also, how life-saving aid is a lifeline, but that we are, as in your words, barely preventing a complete meltdown. Thanks to all of our speakers for these thoughtful reflections about the humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan and for your appeals to support humanitarian action. I will now hand over the moderation of the next segment, the high-level panel discussion, to Ms. Waslat Hazrat Nazimi, journalist, TV presenter, and head of the Afghanistan department at Deutsche Welle. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. Your Excellencies, distinguished speakers, and to everyone watching this panel from around the world, thank you for joining us at this timely and important panel discussion on the humanitarian situation in Afghanistan today, which I will be moderating. In the next half an hour, we're going to highlight the situation for Afghans, especially Afghan women and children suffering from food insecurity and discrimination. And we're going to look at the challenges the NGOs are facing in trying to provide assistance to them. Afghanistan is a country with the highest number of widows in the world. It is estimated that there are over 700,000 living inside the country. They and their children belong to the most vulnerable groups. I spoke to several female-headed households in the past days, and they have been telling me of the difficulties they're experiencing under the current situation. There is John Bibi, who is a 60-year-old widow from Wardak province in central Afghanistan, whose sons have died in the war, and she's left without a male relative. She told me that when she wakes up in the morning, she does not know whether she will be able to put dinner on the table. As a Hazara belonging to a persecuted minority, she hardly leaves the house, and if she has no choice but to go out, she leaves and returns with a trembling heart, fearing that anything might happen to her. And I spoke to Shakila from Ghor province in eastern Afghanistan, close to the Iranian border. She's a widow, and her only son is 9 years old. The 40-year-old woman who has to wait for weeks until her brothers from other districts visit her and deliver some food, because even if she had money, she does not dare to step outside and shop for groceries under the current circumstances. These women and their daughters do not have the opportunity to earn their own money any longer. We have an amazing set of panelists who will further elaborate on the challenges women like John Bibi and Shakila are facing, and they will assess how assistance can be provided and what the role of NGOs are to overcome food insecurity in Afghanistan. I'm delighted to welcome Ms. Fatima Gilani, who is a women's rights activist and former president of the Afghan Red Crescent Society. She's an Islamic scholar and was one of the women negotiators in the peace talks with the Taliban. We also have Ms. Justina Yanina Baya, who with us today. Ms. Baya is the head of mission of Première Urgence Afghanistan, a non-political, non-profit organization. She has 9 years of experience as a journalist, diplomat, and humanitarian worker. Mr. Nimatullah Rahi is also with us. He is the deputy director of the agency coordinating body for Afghan relief and development called AKBAR. In the last 10 years, Mr. Rahi has worked in different national and international organizations in various capacities. Thank you for being with us. And our last panelist is Ms. Negina Yori. She's the managing director of Afghans for Tomorrow. Unfortunately, she was unable to join us at this moment. That's why we will play a recorded message later on. I just told the stories of 2 Afghan women. More than 20 years ago, they were barred from getting an education. Today, they are witnessing that their daughters are experiencing a repetition of history. That's why I asked Ms. Yori about the humanitarian impact of the decision against the reopening of girls' higher grade schools. We will now play her pre-recorded message.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Let me thank you for the host for providing this opportunity and also for having today's event with the permission of the guests, with the permission of the panelists. My name is Negina Yori, the Executive Director of Afghans for Tomorrow organization. Regarding your questions, I'd like to mention that Afghanistan is still an emergency situation. Still, more than 23 million people are seeking for the food. 23 million people are facing with the food and insecurity inside the country. So this lack of access for the secure food, it will be increase the violence. It will be increase the lack of access of girls for their basic rights. It will have a very bad effect on the situation of the living of people, especially for women. It's almost 8 months that people are suffering unemployment. People are seeking for the secure job. Most of the donors already left the country. Most of the education funded project is stopped. And most of the education sector who have been working from the private sector, they also left the country. So everything will affect the life of those children that they are out of the school. Education is the basic right, is the very, very basic rights of the humans. Unfortunately, more than 4.2 million children are out of the school today. They are seeking for education. They are asking from their parents that when our school will be started. Girls are crying that when we will be able to join the classes. They are missing their white scarf and their black dresses. They are missing their books. They are missing their chapters. They are missing their notebooks. The teacher are missing their student. But who's responsible for this situation? We don't know. The current restriction, which is decided for the closure of the school, it's not the right decision. Girls inside the country is not accepting that decision. If the situations continue the same, most of the people, especially girls, will not be able to continue their life inside the country. During last week, we have saw that the percentage of girls and women who trying to leave the country is increased because they do not have access to their basic rights. But the things which is important that international community should stay with us. They should support Afghan people. But if the situations continue like this, so it will be increase the violence against the women inside the country. It will be decrease the trust of donors, and it will also decrease the trust of people. But we do not want it to continue, and we do not want it to experience the same situation have the people had it from the before 2 decades. The door of a school should be open for girls, and girls should be able to continue their education. They should be part of their basic rights. But the things which is very important that if the situations be like this, we will face with the lack of educated women inside the country. We will face with the lack of those women that they had enough capacity to be a doctor, to be a teacher, to be a female aid worker. But who will provide services from the woman to the woman? The woman should provide the services. The donor should support us and should stand.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Yari, for your pre-recorded message. I now want to head to Mrs. Baya and ask her about the situation of her NGO. After the events in August last year, Mrs. Baya, you and your colleagues were one of the INGOs who stayed and delivered. What would you say are your most achievable results during the past several months? Mrs. Baya, I have seen you in the list of participants. Yes. Now we can see and hear you. Great.
Oh, perfect. Good. Thank you very much for having me here. Let's start to actually recognize that to stay and continue serving the Afghan communities, in a sense, was an achievement in itself. In August and in the following months, We observe the humanitarian situation deteriorating at full tilt and growing rapidly in complexities. Fighting subdued, but we woke up to the reality with persistent and rampant social panic, sudden disappearance of well-trained and qualified people, near economic collapse with no cash flow, as well as all the risks ensuing from the international posture on the counterterrorism laws. The Kabul airport, the airports were shut down, which effectively stop us from importing critical goods to Afghanistan, including pharmaceuticals. Suddenly, we all began speaking about more than half of all Afghans in need for humanitarian help and real prospects for the countrywide famine. Now, PUI has been in Afghanistan and operates in Afghanistan for more than 40 years in times of various regimes. We hadn't pulled off in the 90s, nor at the peaks of the conflict in recent years. We basically stayed committed to first and foremost Afghan communities, in particular those who live in remote areas. When public services ceased in August, as many other organizations, we stepped up our programming in support to the healthcare system in general, but also in support to populations in rural areas. We nearly double our budget activities. We nearly double our staff. All that to respond to fast-growing numbers of beneficiaries, very much female beneficiaries, number of children suffering from acute and severe malnutrition. We saw all those numbers growing while at the same time our medical stocks decreasing. Thanks to the partnerships, external partnerships, very much with ECO, we managed to replenish some of our medical stocks. Same thanks to partnership with WFP, we managed overall to maintain some levels of nutritional commodities to respond to those expanding needs. Saying all that, it was obvious back then. It is, of course, obvious very much right now that we as a humanitarian service provider, or there is only that much as we as a humanitarian service provider can do, considering also that we are looking through humanitarian lenses. We cannot replace the public services absolutely required right now, considering the scale of the current crisis. And let me make one maybe last point. There are some indications that relief organizations and agencies in the past months managed to keep at bay the worst case scenario, stopping the crisis from becoming a catastrophe of unthinkable scale. Now, that we managed to do, however, at the same time, we continue facing a shrinking economy and rapidly deepening poverty. Humanitarian aid cannot remain, as I said before, cannot remain the main way to address all those essential needs. This is obviously not sustainable.
Thank you, Mrs. Baya. You have mentioned also the challenges that you are facing right now, and you were speaking also about the successes that you had. How is the operating environment for your organization and colleagues? How can you operate under the current circumstances?
Access to remote areas has and this is undeniable. PY has been able to return to territories that before August were under heavy fighting and thus impossible to reach. Yet, the security and safety of the staff remain of concern. This taking also into account that previously existing the confliction mechanism and support systems are no longer there. Secondly, I would say that we have received the words of assurance and support from the de facto authorities repeatedly in the past months that allow us to continue provision of the aid. But the operationalization of the humanitarian principles is visibly problematic. Oftentimes it happens that we actually use the same words, but mean different concepts. How, for instance, to ensure the independent action when it appears that transparency and accountability that are so often referred to recently are actually understood or are to be achieved through enhanced controls and interference into NGOs' operations.
Thank you, Mrs. Baya. I think that gives us a first insight into your work. And we will come back to you later, and then we can hear more about what you are doing with your NGO. Now I want to turn to Mrs. Gilani. She is with us now. Before she had problems with her connection. Mrs. Gilani, more than half of the 23 million people in Afghanistan are suffering acute food insecurity, and those are women and girls. What challenges do Afghan women and children face in the country, particularly with regards to access to healthcare and protection services?
First of all, thank you that I was helped to get into this because of the technical problems we had. I want to say that today millions of people are looking into this conference. They are listening, they are waiting to see what will come out of it. Women, this is not the first time that women are facing huge challenges. I don't need to remind everyone that what happened last week, that all of us, every man and woman in Afghanistan is still at a state of shock, especially women. This upside down in the life of women, whether it is education, work, is so overwhelming that possibility that women should again become numb and just look at what's happening is quite high, but not Afghan women. They are quite used to it. There are misconceptions about Afghan women that they are not strong, they are not proud and resilient. They are, but the challenges that they are facing for the last decades and decades is too much for anyone to continue that. Today, the basic right or even obligation in Islam, that is education, is again hanging there. We don't know what is happening. When it comes to any kind of, whether it is drought, I was the president of the Afghan Red Crescent Society for 12 years. I saw when it's a drought, whether it's a flood or whether it's a famine or anything, girls, children, and women are in the front line. Any storm which hits, it is really women who are standing at the front line. So it is
Mr. Charles Harper, if you please turn off your microphone, that would be very helpful. Thank you. Sorry, Ms. Gani, please continue.
That's all right. It is overwhelming. It is very difficult. I am saying that they are proud, they are resilient, they are strong, they will go forward, but they do need help. How could we help them? Today, the whole world is trying to separate humanitarian efforts and humanitarian help from politics, which is not an easy thing. It's a very fine line. If it is sanctions, it's impossible that people are not hurt. Or if it is humanitarian help, it is not possible that the present government will feel at ease a little bit. It is normal. But what is important, that the socioeconomic dynamic of today of Afghanistan is so difficult to work it out. So we have to put every step very, very carefully. Whatever we have, and I hope that we get not empty-handed from this conference, but it is extremely important to revive what is left of civil society, and especially women's role in these kind of things. And in order to do that, it is extremely important that we have local actors, whether it is the local NGOs, whether it is the shuras that we have inside every village or every district, to give them a right to talk and make sure that if there is, whether it is health, whether it is relief or anything that which is for women, that women should have a say in it, and they should be the actor to do that. When I talk
Thank you,
about
Mrs. Gilani.
just
Thank you, Mrs. Gilani, for now. We want to look at the situation of Afghan NGOs as well. I will come back to you in just a few minutes, if you bear with me, please.
Okay.
Mrs. Nematullah Rahi, let's have a look at the Afghan NGOs. Mrs. Gilani was so kind and she mentioned them already. They were on the front lines last August to support those in need. What are the challenges that you are seeing or that you are witnessing right now that Afghan NGOs are facing?
Thank you, Aslat. It is certainly an exceptional time, and an exceptional action and support are needed. Where decades of conflict have left Afghanistan's economy in ruins, and where its people feel as if they are bound to live in extreme poverty, experiencing perpetual humanitarian crisis. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, Secretary General and Excellencies. It is an honor to speak today, seeking strong support and commitment from the international community in this important conference. Thank you for the invitation. As you're all well aware, this is a crisis like no other in which we are living in Afghanistan. I would like to brief you on some of the crucial challenges that Afghan NGOs in particular still grapple with on a daily basis. We know, however, that despite the extraordinary uncertainty of this exceptional time, we can chart a path forward with a strong support from the international community. Last month, Akbar consulted with its national NGO members regarding their operational challenges. The majority of those members responded that their top challenge was financial access, liquidity, and banking challenges. Our members reported that their other key challenges are bureaucratic impediments, interference of de facto authorities in programming, NGO staff, assets, safety and security issues, shrinking humanitarian space, challenges in women participation in humanitarian assistance program. Your Excellencies, there are more other challenges, like the draft of monitoring and control plan of NGOs' activities for distribution of urgent humanitarian assistance, food and non-food stuffs. A guideline named as MCP is developed by Ministry of Economy, which contradicts our humanitarian principles as well as Article 23, Clause 2 of the 2005 NGO law. Although it is unclear the status of this MCP, NGOs are seeing provisions that would address the MCP requirements circulating through various ministries' memorandum of understanding, as well as verbal demands from de facto authorities on NGOs, both national and provincial levels. Unclear policies, mixed enforcement from Taliban, particularly around women's participation in humanitarian responses, as discussed, in work in general, imposition of restrictive mahram requirements for women, safety of staff, compounds, assets, and access issues. Various bureaucratic impediments that existed under Ghani administration still exist under the IEA regime. like interference in recruitment, for example, requests to hire their own people, family members, accompaniment at need assessment, beneficiary selection, confusion, delays around the project approvals. Increasing restrictions or self-censoring because of the current environment on freedom of expression media. From the protection cluster, according to organizations that support media freedom, 153 media outlets, radio, print, or TV channels stopped their activities in 20 provinces since mid-August, owing to economic problems and restrictions. Growing concerns repression has prompted many users to increasingly abandon social media space.
Thank you, Mr. Rahi. Thank you for highlighting the challenges that NGOs are facing right now. If you could give us a brief answer, maybe with 1 minute brief answer, how can the international community help? What exactly do you need?
Okay, so, well, I mean, the dialogue with IE authorities at all levels must continue, along with the orientation, training on, for example, humanitarian principles, standards, IHL, the humanitarian response system, NGO code of conduct, AAP, PSA policies, responses, and the joint operating principles. Important to understand that any discussion training is not a one-time thing. It will require constant negotiation. Important that all agencies have staffs that understand how to communicate with IE authorities in a way that resonates with them, makes sense to them. Otherwise, terms and words that we often understand and frequently use, such as GBV, protection, peace building, and times projects that focus primarily on women, do not translate well and can often result in de facto authorities rejecting those activities. Important that all actors hold the Taliban accountable for their commitments, both written and verbal. The September letter that Minister of Foreign Affairs signed, for example, committed to the safety of NGOs, compounds, and staff, along with a minority monitoring mechanism. It has discussed removal of past and current impediments for delivery of assistance, as well as acknowledge the women's rights.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hari. Thank you. I want to go back to Mrs. Gilani before I end on Mrs. Baya. Mrs. Gilani, you have seen many regimes come and go in Afghanistan, and throughout your life, you have been a part of these political changes as well. Have you ever experienced a humanitarian situation like the one we are seeing since August 2021?
You're absolutely right that I saw lots of things. But what we are seeing today has never happened before. That's why it is extremely important that we will have the Afghans themselves to do the job. And I just wanted to say that the Afghan Red Crescent Society, alongside with the NGOs, the girls that they tens of thousands of girls and women that they are working in the Afghan Red Crescent Society, they will be able to be the door opener to the families. Because with my experience, I saw that things which are fixed, a quick fix from outside, it cannot sustain. So this time, I really want to see a proper collaboration between to listen to what is inside the country and also to help it from outside. So what I saw the 12 years of the Afghan Red Crescent Society and what I'm seeing today, it is a continuation of different kind of problems that people of Afghanistan are facing. This is the time that we have to do it together, everybody.
I think that is a great motto for all of us. Thank you, Mrs. Gilani. Mrs. Baya, it is impossible to speak about Afghanistan nowadays without speaking about Ukraine as well. There has been a lot of discussion on possible ramifications of the war in Ukraine and other humanitarian crises. Can you already detect an impact on Afghanistan? And please keep it brief.
Well, indeed, Afghanistan remains connected to global developments, and we do expect the impact to be seen, mainly when it comes to disruptions in supply chains, but also possibly availability of food, which is, again, particularly worrisome, taking into consideration the food security and malnutrition that we already observe in the country.
Thank you, Mrs. Baya, for your remarks. Distinguished speakers, thank you for your interventions. This has been an insightful discussion, and I hope that our audience has benefited from your invaluable words, just as I did. Thank you for joining. Back to you, Melissa. You have the floor.
Thank you so much, Waslat, also for your excellent moderation and to those, that rich panel discussion. I think we all got so many more insights. We'll now open the floor for interventions, which will be moderated by Mr. Wycliffe Boyton, Director General at the Directorate General for Crisis Prevention, Stabilization, Peace Building, and Humanitarian Assistance of the German Foreign Office. I would like to remind participants to keep their interventions to 2 minutes. Mr. Boyton, I hand over the floor to you, and I thank everyone for joining me in this session.
Thank you, Undersecretary General. It's a pleasure and an honor to moderate a part of this conference, a part of the afternoon. I would like to extend my thanks to the panelists that we just heard with their important descriptions of the situation they see in Afghanistan. I will start the moderation of the interventions this afternoon. After myself, the continuous afternoon will be moderated by the co-hosts. And after me, His Excellency, Mr. Sultan bin Saad Al Murariki, Minister of State of Foreign Affairs of Qatar, will continue, followed by Mr. Nigel Casey, the Prime Minister's Special Representative for Afghanistan and Pakistan of Great Britain, and Mr. Martin Griffiths, the Undersecretary General for Humanitarian Affairs and Emergency Relief Coordinator. I shall now open the floor and give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Ignacio Cassis, the President of Switzerland.
Merci, Monsieur le Secrétaire Général, chers organisateurs de cette conférence du Royaume-Uni.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General, and the organizers of this meeting, Germany and Qatar. Ladies and gentlemen, 6 months ago, the entire world was focused on Afghanistan. The pictures of the population in suffering went around the globe. But now we're living a very agitated period, and there are serious crises. Now, if COVID was not bad enough, millions of people throughout the world have been forced to leave their homes. Furthermore, with the Ukrainian conflict, something which we hardly believed possible has become a reality. That is, war has returned to Europe. But this should not lead us to forget other problems. In Afghanistan, the population situation has worsened over recent months. It is therefore more important that the international community demonstrates to thousands of children, women, and men on the ground that the world has not forgotten Afghanistan. I would like to thank you, the other co-organizers of this conference, for having taken this initiative to bring us together today. Humanitarian aid for Afghanistan is vital, but it will not be enough in terms of resolving the lasting problems of this country. Basic services must be reestablished where they disappeared, and they must be strengthened where they risk collapsing. And this means that first and foremost, the Afghanistans are responsible, but also the international community has the duty to support them. The Afghan people should be able to overcome the decades of war. We've heard the statements of the people who have seen this firsthand. Now, the Afghan people should have the necessary support to have access to a period of reconciliation and lasting peace. Ladies and gentlemen, Switzerland recognizes the urgent nature of the needs, and therefore we are making available 30 million Swiss francs to support Afghanistan and the region to the end of this year. However, we continue to be very concerned at developments regarding human rights and women in Afghanistan. The closing of schools for girls over 12 since the change in government has raised problems between the Taliban and the international community and represent a violation of the fundamental right to education. We call for the respect for human rights, and we call upon the authorities to take the measures necessary to reestablish trust between them and the international community. We will follow closely developments in Afghanistan, and we will continue to ensure the respect for human rights, particularly the rights of women and minorities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President Cassis, for your intervention and the pledge on behalf of the Swiss government. We will now watch a recorded video message from Her Excellency Ambassador Linda Thomas-Greenfield, the permanent representative to the United Nations by the United States of America.
Thank you, Secretary General, for convening this important conference. And thank you to Germany, Qatar, and the United Kingdom for hosting. We've just heard about the immense and dire needs that continue to face the people of Afghanistan. To that end, the United States is announcing today nearly $204 million in new humanitarian assistance funding for the UN and our non-governmental partners to deploy in Afghanistan and in support of Afghans in the region. This humanitarian aid, like all aid from the United States, will go directly to NGOs and the United Nations. The Taliban will not control our humanitarian funding. Instead, this aid will bolster the UN's Regional Refugee Response Plan, which supports countries that are generously hosting Afghans, including newly arriving refugees and Afghans seeking international protection. And it will support direct aid to the more than 22 million people in Afghanistan who are facing extreme food insecurity. That is more than half of the entire population, which is why it is so important that all of us continue to donate and provide resources for humanitarian assistance beyond this conference. The people of Afghanistan have our unequivocal support, but the Taliban's ambition to improve its own relations with the international community depends on its conduct. The Taliban's recent decision to bar girls from secondary school after 6th grade is inexcusable. It is impossible not to feel a sense of profound outrage when we see girls and young women across Afghanistan racked with tears as they learn they will have to leave their classrooms after all. I'm sure for many, the prospect of being shut out of their schools once again feels like the end of their dreams. This decision must be reversed. Education is a human right, and frankly, it is essential to Afghanistan's economic recovery and stability. The same goals we hope to advance through our humanitarian pledge today. No society can succeed if half of its population is held back from participating in its civic and economic life. In the meantime, we commend the work of our UN and civil society partners who are working to address the dire need in Afghanistan. Your life-saving work is as urgent as it has ever been, and it is our job to ensure you have the funds and access to continue in full force. Thank you.
I thank the United States Permanent Representative to the United Nations for her statement, and I shall now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Tariq Bakid, Assistant Secretary General for Humanitarian, Cultural, and Social Affairs of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation and the OIC Secretary General's Special Envoy for Afghanistan. Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It's a pleasure for me to be with you today at this important pledging event for Afghanistan. Secretary General, His Excellency Hussein Ibrahim Taha could not, with much regret, take part in this conference due to prior commitments, and he asked me to deliver a message on his behalf. I will now deliver the statement by His Excellency's Secretary of OIC. Excellencies, I'm indeed pleased to see this timely pledging event of Afghanistan convened today. I want to express my genuine appreciation to the co-host, the United Nations and governments of the State of Qatar, the United Kingdom, and the Federal Republic of Germany for pulling together this assembly in a gesture of solidarity with and support for the suffering Afghan people. For more than an entire generation, the majority of Afghan people have known nothing but endless wars and reckless deprivation and hardship Again, Afghanistan finds itself today in the throes of a humanitarian crisis of unparalleled proportions. Child malnutrition, COVID-19 pandemic, a dysfunctional health system, and an economy near point of collapse are the hallmarks of humanitarian catastrophe in the making. My special envoy for Afghanistan conducted a visit to Afghanistan some 3 weeks ago. The humanitarian challenges facing the country, based on his first-hand assessment, are massive, so not impossible to overcome if we demonstrate a collective will to standardize our efforts to respond swiftly and adequately to the soaring needs of the Afghan population. At the latest ministerial meeting held in Islamabad, the OIC reaffirmed its unwavering support and commitment to stay constructively engaged with Afghanistan on multiple fronts. An Afghanistan Humanitarian Trust Fund has been operationalized under the stewardship of the Islamic Development Bank. OIC's concerns have been relayed to Kabul authorities, critical among which is the right of girls to education. After the de facto government and the backtrack on its promise to open girls' schools, we voluntarily conveyed our frustration with this disappointing reversal. An honorable delegation will undertake a visit to Kabul right after the month of Ramadan. On the ground, our office in Kabul is up and running with daily consultations being conducted by the head of our office, Afghan government officials, and our political and humanitarian partners based in the country. Now, indeed, it is time for us to develop a synergistic humanitarian approach through which our respective efforts will be brought together to double down on the efficiency and immediacy of life-saving and the delivery of much-needed services for a population whose expectations are high and whose needs are visibly higher. However, released assistance can in no way make up for a properly functioning economy. Only a stable and sustainable economy, together with capable and inclusive political governance, would be able to secure the future and certainly the Afghan people themselves hope for. I expect and hope to see a substantial pledges and financial commitments forthcoming at this conference to help Afghanistan embrace recovery and its people rebuild their resilience. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Assistant Secretary. Thank you for your statement. I shall now give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Janez Lenarčič, the European Commissioner for Crisis Management. Commissioner, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, I wish to thank the United Nations, as well as the governments of Germany, Qatar, and the United Kingdom for co-hosting this event. Today, Afghanistan faces one of the world's worst humanitarian crises. In a matter of months, it has become one of the larger global hunger hotspots. The recent developments concerning the rights of women and girls are disappointing. I urge the Taliban to immediately lift the ban on female students' attendance above the 6th grade, permitting fully their return to school. Education is a fundamental human right, and leaving half of its population without education is something the Afghan economy and society cannot afford. When it comes to humanitarian response, we understand that the security in many areas has improved. We need to, however, secure unrestricted access and ability of Afghan female humanitarian workers to fully deliver aid on the ground where this is still hampered. We, the international community, must strengthen our response to this crisis in a more comprehensive manner. A robust humanitarian response needs to be deployed in synergy with reoriented development funding for basic needs and services. We are all aware that we cannot continuously invest only in humanitarian and emergency response. This is to serve as immediate support on the way to longer-term structural and systemic solutions that will address the deepening economic crisis. There need to be sustainable measures to address the banking sector liquidity, and the livelihood opportunities for the Afghan people need to be created. Afghans cannot continue to live on humanitarian aid alone. The European Union has funded humanitarian operations in Afghanistan since 1994, providing close to 1.3 billion euros in humanitarian aid assistance up to now. And I'm pleased to announce today that the European Union is pledging 113 million in new humanitarian funding. This forms part of a wider Team Europe pledge amounting to a combined contribution of 525 million euros, equivalent to approximately 586 million US dollars by the European Union and its member states for the humanitarian efforts in Afghanistan and the region in 2022. In parallel, we will continue providing in-kind assistance through our EU humanitarian air bridge. By end of June this year, the European Union will have provided almost 500 tons of life-saving medical equipment. Let me assure you that the European Union will continue to stand in full solidarity with all Afghan people, both inside Afghanistan and beyond its borders. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lenarčič, for your statement and the pledge on behalf of the European Union. I shall now give the floor to His Excellency Dr. Abdullah Al-Rabia, the Supervisor General of the King Salman Humanitarian Aid and Relief Center of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Dr. Al-Rabia, you have the floor.
Thank you. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Ashab al-Ma'ali wa Sa'ada.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like to express the thanks of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and its appreciation to the State of Qatar, the United Kingdom, and Germany and the EU for holding this virtual conference in these unusual conditions that the world is experiencing, which have exacerbated the humanitarian situation in Afghanistan, especially the lives of the most vulnerable. Today, we are meeting and we agree that offering humanitarian aid to the friendly Afghan people is a matter that requires support, not at the level of donor groups, but also by the international community as a whole in order to avert any dangerous humanitarian crises that the Afghan people might face or the countries hosting Afghan refugees might face. The kingdom over the past decades has hosted several humanitarian relief and development projects in the Islamic Republic of Afghanistan and has worked with its partners on supporting everything that would alleviate the suffering of the refugees and would avert new waves of displacement. We believe the Saudi Development Fund has implemented projects totaling $258 million, of which 76 projects were implemented, 41 projects of which were implemented through the King Hussein Center for Humanitarian Aid and Relief, totaling $29 million. Moreover, the kingdom, through the Saudi Development Fund, has offered 5 developmental loans to support and fund 4 projects in education, totaling $220 million. In addition, the fund allocated 2 grants, the first totaling $25 million for reconstruction that has already been issued, and a second one totaling $30 million to fund some elements proposed within the program of the voluntary return of Afghan refugees. And based on and stemming from the kingdom's humanitarian duty towards the Afghan people, the kingdom recently, and with the directives of the custodian of the 2 holy shrines, launched an air and ground bridge to Afghanistan to deliver humanitarian and food assistance to the country. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, as chair of the Islamic Summit in December, called for an extraordinary meeting of the Council of the OIC to discuss the situation in Afghanistan and to offer the necessary humanitarian aid. We have also formed a humanitarian fund for Afghanistan under the umbrella of the Islamic Development Bank. And as it continues its solidarity with the Afghan people, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia reiterates its continued provision of humanitarian and relief programs to alleviate humanitarian suffering and human suffering through the King Salman Center and the Saudi Development Fund, in addition to the humanitarian Afghan fund that was formed by the Islamic Development Bank. I thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor General Dr. Al-Rabia, for your statement and your support to the Afghan people. We will now watch a recorded video message from His Excellency Mr. Hayashi Yoshimasa, the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Japan, followed by a few remarks by Mr. Nagaoka Kansuke, the Director General and Assistant Minister in the Middle Eastern and African Affairs Bureau of the Foreign Ministry of Japan.
Minister of Trust, Minister Baerbock, I highly appreciate your initiative in leading today's meeting. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, while the world fixes its gaze on Ukraine, we must also continue our support for Afghanistan. The appeal from the Afghanistan Humanitarian Response Plan 2022 amounts to $4.4 billion, which is the largest of its kind. This clearly speaks to the severity of the current crisis. Japan calls on the international community to act together in unison to avoid further crisis. Japan has decided to contribute $109 million in total in response to the ongoing humanitarian crisis afflicting Afghanistan and its neighboring countries.
Thank you. As stated by Minister Hayashi, Japan has been committed to providing support for Afghanistan. Amid our continued support, we find the Taliban's recent announcement to postpone girls' access to secondary education deeply disturbing. Japan calls on the Taliban to urgently reverse it. Every Afghan citizen, male or female, must be entitled to an equal right to an education at all levels. The stability of Afghanistan is crucial for the security of the region and the wider international community. We are determined to continue our support for the Afghan people. In doing so, the Taliban must make positive progress responding to the voices of the Afghan people and the international community. Crucial to this effort is the protection of the rights of all people, including women and minorities, establishment of an inclusive government, and departure from any activities associated with terrorism. At the same time, we must prevent further deterioration of the humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan, for which ensuring humanitarian access and addressing the liquidity issues will be essential. Going forward, we will continue to place importance on our close cooperation with other countries, including Afghanistan's neighbors. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the government of Japan for all the support. I would kindly remind speakers to ideally stick to the 2-minute limit for interventions. I would now like to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Majdi Ahmad Ibrahim Al-Dafiri, the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of the State of Kuwait. Sir, you have the floor.
شكرا سعادتك وبالبداية أود أن أعبر عن سعادتي للمشاركة في هذا المؤتمر.
Thank you, sir. First of all, I would like to express my honor in taking part in this conference. I would like to welcome the meeting in the name of God, and I would like to thank the State of Qatar, as well as the United Kingdom, and the Federal Republic of Germany, the United Nations, for organizing this high-level conference in order to announce the contributions to support humanitarian aid in Afghanistan. And I hope that this meeting will make it possible to promote the collective international efforts in order to improve the humanitarian situation in Afghanistan. And I hope as well that your work will be successful. Excellencies, we have followed very closely the development of events in Afghanistan. And this is an important turning point, which requires effective international cooperation as well as increased efforts in order to tackle this humanitarian catastrophe in all of its dimensions. We would like to repeat once again the position of principle of Kuwait to the unchanged position with respect to Afghanistan and the respect for its sovereignty, its independence, and its territorial integrity, as well as international law and in the international conventions and agreements. We have to make sure that Afghanistan does not become a fertile ground for terrorists and extremists. We have to support the efforts of the international community in order to meet the urgent humanitarian needs of the people of Afghanistan and also to improve the economic conditions. We have to cooperate with Afghanistan in order to reduce its suffering, and this through the support of agencies as well as international activities in the humanitarian sphere. We have to improve the coordination between countries and the relevant stakeholders, such as the United Nations and its specialized agencies, in order to reduce this humanitarian crisis and to offer aid and to promote and improve the infrastructure. And we have to protect as well the Afghan people. Excellencies, we support the humanitarian work and under the orders of His Excellency Asobar, and in response to the appeal from the United Nations, we reiterate our support to the Afghan people through humanitarian aid, which has reached $92 million, as well as flights which have been made in order to evacuate Afghans of 32 nationalities, the nationals as well as the Afghans, in the course of the month of August of last year. And lastly, in conclusion, under the direction of His Excellency Najwat Asobar, we are continuing our efforts, and I would like to say that Kuwait is going to present $10 million as official aid from Kuwait to be presented to the agencies working in Afghanistan. Thank you very much, and may the peace of God be with you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister, and thank you for the support extended to Afghanistan by the state of Kuwait. We will now watch a recorded video message from Her Excellency Anniken Huitfeldt, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Norway.
Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me first thank the United Nations and the governments of Germany, Qatar, and the United Kingdom for convening this conference. August 15 of last year marked a watershed in the history of Afghanistan and its relationship to the outside world. Today, Afghanistan is ruled by de facto authorities not recognized by the international community. This makes normal political relations and regular partnerships from development impossible. This gives the UN an even more important role. As pen holders, we were glad to see a near anonymous council gave UNAMA a robust mandate to play a constructive political role, to protect and promote human rights, and to coordinate and facilitate humanitarian assistance and support to basic human needs. Afghanistan is facing enormous challenges, both political and humanitarian. Millions of Afghans experience food insecurity, malnutrition, and lack of access to health services. Children are particularly vulnerable in a dire humanitarian situation. This will affect the upcoming generation and the development of the society for years to come. Support for livelihood and food security, health services, and other basic needs is crucial. Effective humanitarian action requires safe and unhindered humanitarian access. Humanitarian principles and human rights must be respected. The recent decision of the Taliban leadership to continue to ban girls from secondary education is deeply disappointing. It underscores the wisdom in the judging them by their actions and not by their words. Access to education, regardless of gender, is a fundamental human right. Norway has been in dialogue with the Taliban for many years. We also invited them to meet with other Afghans and Western representatives in Oslo earlier this year. We must be realistic about what we can achieve through dialogue. But without engagement, we lose our ability to influence. This engagement does not imply recognition. The international community cannot abandon the people of Afghanistan, no matter how we judge the de facto authorities. In spite of other crises, including the brutal Russian attack on Ukraine, Afghans need our commitment. Afghanistan is facing one of the world's most rapidly growing humanitarian crises. It is a disaster stemming from many years of conflict, climate change, flooding, drought, and economic collapse. Norway will maintain its strong commitment to the Afghan people. This year, we will commit 700 million kroner, or $80 million to Afghanistan, a higher level than last year, based on the increased needs. Our support goes to the humanitarian assistance as well as basic service delivery through mechanisms bypassing the de facto authorities. Continued humanitarian response is necessary but insufficient. The basic service institutions that donors have supported for years must be preserved. We must prevent food insecurity and a breakdown of the social fabric. Afghanistan is now isolated from the international financial system. This jeopardizes the emergency response and essential service delivery. Restoring of the banking system is critical. We welcome exemptions in the UN Security Council and other sanction regimes. But more must be done. It is crucial to integrate Afghanistan in the international economy and re-establish its independent macroeconomic institutions, such as the central bank. We must work together, leaving no stone unturned to tackle the profound and complex crisis Afghanistan and its people are facing. A stable and peaceful Afghanistan is in the interest of all of us. The primary responsibility for responding to the crisis lies in those that rule. The Taliban must listen to the appeals of the Afghan people and the international community to respect human rights and to establish a more inclusive and representative government. True legitimacy must come from within the country, from Afghans. The Afghan people has our unwavering support. Thank you.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Norway for her statement, and we will now watch a recorded video message from His Excellency, Mr. Makhdoom Shah Mahmood Qureshi, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Pakistan.
Secretary General Guterres, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan welcomes the initiative of the UN Secretary General and other co-hosts, the Government of Qatar, United Kingdom, and Germany, for organizing this pledging event. It is both timely and essential. Today's Afghanistan represents an important opportunity as it begins its journey towards sustainable peace and development. The recurring cycles of conflict and instability during the last 4 decades can finally be stopped. The challenges are daunting. As new humanitarian situations emerge in other parts of the world, it is imperative that our focus should not move away from the dire needs of millions of Afghan people. Solidarity must be shown with Afghan people at this pivotal juncture. Durable solutions require scaling up of developmental interventions, provision of livelihood opportunities, and ensuring of access to basic necessities such as food, health, and education for the Afghan people. Whilst we focus on the humanitarian situation inside Afghanistan, we must not forget millions of Afghans in large refugee hosting countries for whom the international support has dwindled over the years. Excellencies, on its part, Pakistan has been at the forefront of humanitarian efforts for Afghanistan, including by facilitating evacuations and relocations and establishment of a humanitarian corridor for the delivery of relief goods through air and land routes. We have airlifted humanitarian assistance to Afghanistan. We have also dispatched wheat flour and medical supplies over land as part of the $30 million humanitarian assistance package for Afghanistan. Over the years, we have earmarked over $1 billion for a range of development projects in Afghanistan. Excellencies, Pakistan hosted the 17th extraordinary session of the OIC Council of Foreign Ministers in Islamabad on 19th December 2021 to address the humanitarian situation in Afghanistan. It resulted in the establishment of a humanitarian trust fund under the Islamic Development Bank to channel assistance to the Afghan people. It also launched an Afghanistan Food Security Program under the Islamic Organization for Food Security and appointment of a special envoy of the OIC Secretary General for Afghanistan. Recently, on the 22nd and 23rd of March, the 48th session of the Council of Foreign Ministers took place in Islamabad, wherein the Humanitarian Trust Fund has been operationalized. Today, Pakistan reiterates its commitment to continue the provision of humanitarian relief to the Afghan people under the UN umbrella, as well as through bilateral channels. We will also continue to facilitate the UN in its humanitarian relief efforts by providing logistical and other support through Pakistan. Excellencies, it is time for the international community to act resolutely. Frozen foreign bank reserves of Afghans must be returned to the Afghan people. The reintegration of Afghanistan in the global economy, supply chains, and banking system must be materialized immediately. Humanitarian assistance should be unconditional and apolitical. In line with the international principles, efforts must also be undertaken to reduce Afghanistan's dependence on foreign assistance. We must help Afghanistan build a sustainable economy. I would like to express deep appreciation for the efforts undertaken by the United Nations under the leadership of Secretary General Guterres to provide much needed humanitarian assistance to the people of Afghanistan. We hope that the UN Secretary General's global appeal for Afghanistan to the tune of $4.4 billion will be fully funded, thus demonstrating concrete international commitment and solidarity with those in dire need. I thank you.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Pakistan for his statement, and we will now watch a video of Voices from Afghanistan showing day-to-day experiences of how the humanitarian crisis is affecting the people.
زیاد شده دو برابر و نیم بسیار قیمتی مواد غذایی بسیار زیاد شده ما از گوشنگی اینجا مردمی تو وقت نه که 2 شب 3 شب ما گوشنه میباشیم اینجا
حالا فعلا بیکار هستیم در خانه هم خودم بیکار هستم هم شوهرم بیکار است ما برای مجبوری حتی وسایل خانه خودم فروختیم آذوقه عیال خود کردیم یا اولادای خود کردیم که اونا گوشنه نمانن یا یخ نزنیشان که نمیرن
الوجه وتتنجي وداس شي سداسو ودامش بجوب كشني داس
بیادری تو حال است که بیخم تو دیوالام بیادر غلطی دید همه چکنم حالات بسیار خراب است دیگه بیا داخل بیا خوشی وقت تیر نکردیم چلی رو شانده مونده موچلی پلاستیک و چوزا میسوزانیم یک کاغذ ماغذ هم اشتکات جمع میکنیم بچه‌کای مسپندودی میکنیم
اگر جناب داشته باشه یا بود داشته باشه چرا در پلاستیک باشه کنه یک پایز اقتصادش صحیح باشه جناب
زنګ موږ ته ډېر لرو پیلانس وس نور سره لاس و دروانو هغه د حیواناتو د خوراکي او د چاک د اوبو او د انسانانو د دواګانو سره او د پاک اوبو د څاګانو سره څاګان دلته موږ نه لرو او د مالو د چکنګو
مریضان له سختې ستونزې سره مخ دي مریضان
سه دفتر زموږ د غوښتنه لرو د تیر په څیر موږ ته ونه کتل سي موږ ته د حیواناتو لپاره خوراکي مواد راکړي واکسین راکړي او دواګانې راکړي
در صورت عموم شفاخانه ملاله یک شفاخانه بسیار بزرگ است از تمام اطراف کابل در اینجا مراجعه میکنن واقعاتی که کلشان اختلاطی میباشه به این شکل که مادرای اختلاطی است طفلایشان هم مشکلات خود میداشته باشند از اینکه روی کار زیاد است ولادت ها زیاد است طفلا زیاد است اگر دکتر اضافه شود بر ما بسیار خوش میشیم
مرغا که برای کار کردیم دیگه تخم داشت دیگه که مرغای تخمی بود بسیار خوب بود هم تخمش جمع آوری میکردیم میفروختیم اما یک آیدار خانه ما تا جای خوب بودن دیگه اولادای ما همین خانه مرم یک مقدار سنگ و خیشت و امیر که میشینی ما شما هستیم همین رو جور کردیم حتما این پروژه بر ما مرغ توزیع نمیکرد حالت ما از این بدتر
Had we not received the help actually this would not have been possible. The people of Afghanistan cannot be left behind.
After these deeply moving images from Afghanistan, we move to a special feature during this segment of the conference, and we will watch a recorded video message from the Right Honorable Gordon Brown, the former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom and United Nations Special Envoy for Global Education.
It is urgent and morally imperative to do all we can to support the people of Ukraine. But it would be wrong to forget the starving, freezing, demoralized people of Afghanistan in their hour of greatest need. So I want to thank Germany, Qatar, and the UK, and particularly Liz Truss, for hosting this pledging event. I want to thank the United Nations and charities for providing humanitarian assistance to millions of Afghans. But even now, 95% of the population is currently estimated not to have enough to eat, including 9 million who are on the brink of famine. And every second child, says UNICEF, is suffering from severe acute malnutrition. And so we should not allow our justifiable detestation of the crimes of the Taliban regime to overcome our elemental humanitarian obligations to the Afghan people, who are now the poor of the earth. The sudden withdrawal of international aid that only a few months ago comprised 75% of all public spending and represented nearly 45% of GDP, along with the imposition of economic sanctions, has led to a crisis so severe that essential services lack the funds to continue. Teachers can't teach, nurses can't nurse, public servants can't now serve the public. And so our task today is to replace desolation with hope by fully funding the UN's 4.4 billion humanitarian response, ensuring the timely release of funds held at the World Bank's Trust Fund, and unfreezing Afghan banking assets as long as they're devoted to emergency services, and the rebuilding of agriculture to break the cycle of one humanitarian disaster after another. And we must make for all girls, including refugee girls, the reopening of education, the greatest hope for women's economic empowerment, and the denial of which has been for years the symbol of Taliban repression, a condition of further financial support to the regime. This conference cannot be allowed to fail. Our common humanity and the people of Afghanistan need us to succeed. There will be a time for a grand strategy that looks beyond the current chaos, but there is today an inescapable immediacy. We need to save lives here and now before it is too late.
I thank the Right Honorable Gordon Brown for his statement, and I shall now give the floor to Mr. Hartwig Schäfer, the Vice President for the South Asia region at the World Bank.
Thank you very much, Secretary General, Your Excellencies. More than 24 million Afghans require humanitarian assistance. Women and girls are being disproportionately affected. Last week's announcement of gender restrictions by the interim Taliban authorities were a stark reminder of what is at stake in Afghanistan today. We were particularly disappointed and saddened by the announcement that secondary school girls cannot yet return to school. The international community agrees that humanitarian assistance alone will be an insufficient response. The people of Afghanistan need a functioning economy to have any hope of the peace and prosperity that they deserve. And it is our hope that we can work together to move things in the right direction. The World Bank is working closely with UN agency partners on activities to be financed by the Afghanistan Reconstruction Trust Fund, the ARTF. Some of the UN agencies will directly lead implementations, while others, together with international NGOs and local NGOs, will play important roles in ARTF-financed activities. Support is needed for basic services and livelihoods to provide the building blocks for a more sustainable economy. To address these priorities, the World Bank Board of Executive Directors authorized the release of just over $1 billion in Afghanistan Reconstruction Trust Fund resources to support agriculture, education, health, and livelihoods. Off budget, through recipient-executed trust funds, grants to the UN agencies, and no funds going to the interim Taliban administration. We have established very clear entry criteria for the use of these funds to ensure access for women and girls. For education, this includes allowing girls to attend secondary schools and allowing female teachers at work. Media headlines that the ARTF funds have been frozen are not correct. With our ARTF partners and the international community, we are monitoring the announcements from Afghanistan, and we will present grants to the ARTF partnership for approval when the partners agree that the criteria for equitable access to services are met. Given the importance of restoring the basic functions of the financial sector and eventually of the central bank, we are also working with international partners to establish the humanitarian exchange facility to facilitate payments until a more permanent solution is being found. In closing, next month, we will co-host with Germany at a ministerial level event during the World Bank IMF spring meetings. We look forward to building on the discussions that we are having here today when we meet again at the spring meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schäfer, and thank you again to Mr. Brown for this special feature. We will now go back to the interventions, and I shall give the floor to Peter Maurer, the President of the International Committee of the Red Cross. Sir, you have the floor.
Thanks a lot. Dear colleagues, a lot has been said, and I can only support what has been said, so let me focus on only a few points of my statement. Despite an end to the fighting, the economic, social, and humanitarian emergency in Afghanistan is deepening. Humanitarian organizations have put in place stopgap measures to mitigate the impacts and to ensure the continuity of essential services like health, education, water, and electricity. The ICRC is working with the Ministries of Public Health and Higher Education to support 33 hospitals and teaching hospitals across the country, sustaining both services and staff capacity through running costs and salary payments. Martin Griffith has mentioned one of these 33 hospitals in his introduction. We are convinced of the value of this model for delivery through existing systems. It is a model to scale and enlarge and to build resilient systems for the future. And yet, humanitarian efforts cannot replace the flow of international assistance that has been Afghanistan's lifeline through recent decades. They cannot compensate for the deep and wide economic crisis. The unanimous adoption of UN Security Council Resolution 2615 was a positive step, and general licenses issued have been critical to enable current humanitarian efforts. I now call upon states, financial institutions, and other partners to build on this and to redouble their efforts with regard to two important aspects. First, to scale up support to humanitarian efforts to ensure continuity of essential services. The ICRC extended projected expenditure in 2022 to ensure hospitals continue running, the salaries of medical staff are paid, and technical capacity in the health sector is rebuilt. We are also scaling up our work in support of public water and electricity utilities so that the uninterrupted supply of drinking water in urban centers can be maintained. Secondly, to open channels for technical support to revive the Afghan economy. The only scalable and sustainable solution to the current crisis is to get Afghanistan's faltering economy running again. We need first movers to bringing technical support and capacity in order to rebuild confidence in banking and financial systems. As global attention shifts to other crises and disruptions of wheat and fuel imports will hit the poorest, Afghans must not be abandoned. I thank you.
Thank you, President Maurer. Thank you for your call to the international community and for the work of the ICRC in Afghanistan. I would now like to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Sedat Onal, the Deputy Foreign Minister of Turkey. Sir, you have the floor.
Distinguished co-chairs, distinguished participants, I would also like to thank the co-hosts for organizing this timely meeting. Although the attention of the international community is diverted away from Afghanistan nowadays because of the war in Ukraine, we should not and cannot leave Afghan people to their own devices. As we have emphasized in previous meetings, avoidance of an humanitarian catastrophe and prevention of economic collapse remain crucial. It is in our common interest to stabilize the country. Otherwise, spillover effects from mass migration to terrorism will be felt widely. While absolutely crucial, humanitarian aid alone cannot turn the tide. Functioning institutions and economy are essential for stability. Continuation of restrictions on girls' education in the new school term is deeply regretful. We, as Turkey, once again urge the interim government to reverse this unfortunate decision and allow girls of all ages to take part in education in an inclusive manner. Against all odds, we need to put in place a measured, gradual engagement with the interim government and to try to steer them in the right direction. We should also try to reach out to Afghan people directly. On our part, we sent 3 charity trains containing humanitarian aid worth of $15 million. We supported the establishment of OIC Afghanistan Humanitarian Trust Fund. We contributed additional $3 million to the UNP-led Special Trust Fund to support health and education. Today, I am also pleased to announce my country's commitment to provide an additional $5 million aid to Afghanistan. We will continue to stand with the Afghan people. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Foreign Minister. We will now watch a recorded video message from His Excellency Mr. Harjit Sajjan, the Minister of International Development and Minister responsible for the Pacific Economic Development Agency of Canada.
Let me begin by acknowledging that I'm speaking to you from the traditional unceded territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe people. The people of Afghanistan are resilient and strong, and I have witnessed their courage and determination many times. But after 40 years of war, natural disasters, drought, and the COVID-19 pandemic, there is no doubt the people of Afghanistan are in the midst of a humanitarian catastrophe. This year alone, the United Nations projects that 24 million people inside Afghanistan will need our help urgently. That is over half the population, and nearly all of them are facing acute food insecurity, including nearly 3 million children, a situation that will only be exacerbated by Russia's unjustifiable attack on Ukraine, creating more strain on global food systems. The needs of Afghan people are significant and the stakes are high. We cannot stand by and do nothing. The time to act is now. This is why the Government of Canada is announcing an additional $50 million in humanitarian support, bringing our support in 2022 to more than $143 million for the people of Afghanistan and neighboring countries. With Canada's support, humanitarian partners are providing life-saving support such as food and nutrition, emergency healthcare, clean water and sanitation, and protection services. And I want to thank our humanitarian partners who are doing critical work on the ground and who face challenging circumstances every single day. The gains we have made are fragile and they are being threatened by the Taliban. As we have seen, the plight of women and girls is precarious, and we must remain united in our commitment to support women and girls in the face of unacceptable discrimination solely because of their gender. We must ensure that vulnerable people have access to the humanitarian assistance they badly need, and we must listen to their voices to ensure that our support meets their needs. We need to act quickly so that we can scale up our response to avert an unprecedented disaster. We remain committed to supporting the humanitarian response and standing with the Afghan people.
I thank the Minister of International Development of Canada for this statement, and I would now like to hand over the moderation for the next segment of the conference to the Minister of State for Foreign Affairs of Qatar, His Excellency Mr. Sultan bin Saad Al Mughraqi. Minister, would you like to take over and take the floor?
Thank you, dear colleague from Germany. I'm Dr. Al-Hamadi, Secretary General of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I'm taking over from the State Minister. Let me give the floor to China. Mr. Lu Zhui, Chairman, China International Development. You have the floor, sir.
Your Excellency S.G. Antonio Guterres, Prime Minister from Qatar. My dear colleagues, I'm delighted to join you all. Today's conference really shows the UN family's solidarity and strength to tackle humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan. Afghanistan is in a critical transition from turbulence to order. The country faces both challenges and opportunities, difficulties and hopes. Afghanistan, that enjoys stability, peace, and development, serves the interests of its people, its neighbors, and the world. The Afghan people have been suffering from shortage of clothing, food, and medicines, including vaccine, since last winter. We share their feelings. The Chinese government has provided Afghan people winter materials and vaccines needed the most, worth of 250 million RMB. The local authorities and the NGOs of China also provided in-kind assistance of 50 billion RMB. All above mentioned assistance have been put in place. Furthermore, China will cooperate with relevant UN agency to arrange $2 million food aid to Afghanistan immediately. We will also implement as soon as possible the bilateral grant of 1 billion RMB announced by Chinese leader. Dear colleagues, it's the highest priority for international community to handle the humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan. At the same time, we really think that helping the country move towards political stability and economic reconstruction is equally urgent. I would like to share the following insights with all. First, the international community should strengthen engagement and guidance with Afghan government and help it take good governance policy. On March 21st, that means last week, China's State Councilor and Foreign Minister Wang Yi paid official visit to Afghanistan and reached a lot of consensus with their leaders. Today, the third meeting of foreign ministers of the neighboring countries of Afghanistan. Neighboring country of Afghanistan plus Afghanistan foreign ministers dialogue and China, Afghanistan, Pakistan foreign ministers trilateral meeting were held in Anhui province of China. All of these efforts improve stability and development of Afghanistan and also help this country overcome the humanitarian crisis. Second, the international community should help Afghanistan in its economic reconstruction. Suffering long time from wars, Afghan people have showed their long-time desire of peace and development. International community support, such as sharing development experience, expanding economic and trade cooperation, and financial support from World Bank and IMF are of great importance in solving development difficulties and humanitarian crisis fundamentally. Third, the UN should play a leading role and key coordination role in humanitarian assistance for Afghanistan. Relevant countries, regional organizations, UN institutions such as WFP, UNICEF, WHO are all advancing assistance to Afghanistan, respectively. As I know, there are more than 140 organizations and institutions involving humanitarian assistance in Afghanistan. UN should enhance coordination to make assistance more efficient and make assistance without any conditions, including political, especially political conditions, without. Meanwhile, the UN should lift all the sanctions and limitations on Afghanistan. And certain countries should also return Afghan state assets to Afghan people. First, the UN should encourage bilateral aid for Afghanistan. Bilateral and multilateral aid are similarly important and complementary. Both of them should be conducted in a timely and effective manner. As the recipient, the Afghan side should also strengthen internal coordination and external communication to ensure tangible results of each cent's input. Dear colleagues, the harsh winter is fading away. Early spring is on the way in Afghanistan. I'm quite sure that with joint efforts of the international community, Afghanistan will definitely overcome the humanitarian crisis and realize political stability and economic cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Minister from China. And we will now hear a recorded speech by Flemming Møller Mortensen, Minister of Development Cooperation in Denmark. You have the floor.
Esteemed colleagues, thank you, Secretary General, for bringing us together. The world's eyes are on Russia's invasion of Ukraine and the tragic humanitarian consequences of the war. But we must not forget Afghanistan, where the humanitarian situation remains extremely alarming. That is why I'm announcing today a planned Danish contribution of additional $52 million. The funding goes to critical humanitarian needs in and around Afghanistan. It will also support basic human needs such as health and human rights, particularly for women and girls. We must stand firm on the rights agenda. Nothing highlights this as clear as the Taliban's recent decision to exclude girls from secondary education. It is unacceptable. At the same time, we must continue our push for women and girls' sexual and reproductive health and rights, and for the elimination of gender-based violence. Our stance towards the Taliban remains highly skeptical. We will not provide support through government structures, nor will we legitimize the Taliban in any way. Our aid must go dollar for dollar to the people in need. The recent Taliban push for increased control of NGO activity is therefore also extremely alarming. Humanitarian aid must remain impartial, neutral, and need-based. I'm pleased to see that the scale-up of assistance is moving forward. Our thanks goes to the many actors involved. More than ever, the people of Afghanistan need our combined efforts. Thank you.
I thank Minister Flemming Møller, and I now give the floor to Mr. Mohammed Jamal As-Saati, Head of the Afghan Trust Fund at the Islamic Development Bank. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Excellency. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. The Islamic Development Bank thanks the co-hosts, the United Nations, the State of Qatar, the United Kingdom, and Germany, for organizing this conference and for inviting the bank alongside with the international community to show solidarity and support to the people of Afghanistan. The Islamic Development Bank has continued to provide development assistance to Afghanistan in various sectors, including health, education, agriculture, and infrastructure. At the Organization of the Islamic Cooperation, OIC, Foreign Ministers' Extraordinary Meeting held in Islamabad on the 19th of December last year, the OIC issued a resolution supporting Afghanistan and called upon the ISDB to establish, manage, and operationalize the Afghanistan Humanitarian Trust Fund, AHTF. Since then, the ISDB has undertaken consultation with the OIC, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as chairman of the summit, and other member countries, UN agencies, partner organizations and governments, and various relevant organizations on extending humanitarian assistance for the Afghan people. Various studies and assessment have been reviewed and taken into consideration while establishing the AHTF. Most recently, during the meeting of the OIC Council of Foreign Ministers held on the 22nd of March in Islamabad, the charter of the AHTF, the Afghanistan Humanitarian Trust Fund, was signed between the OIC and the ISDB, thus officially launching the fund. Excellencies, while awaiting donors' contribution to the AHTF, priority programs and projects addressing immediate humanitarian assistance and basic needs and services are being developed in cooperation with UN agencies and other partners working in Afghanistan, focusing on food security, health, child nutrition, education, agriculture, shelter, cash transfer, and other priority areas such as women and youth inclusion and empowerment, female education, and preserving livelihood, rural community development, and involvement of the private sector and South-South cooperation. I would like to emphasize that our approach in the AHTF is very comprehensive, moving from humanitarian assistance and aiming towards self-reliance and sustainability and stability. The OIC and ISDB, through the Afghanistan Humanitarian Trust Fund, looks forward for working with all of you in assisting the Afghan people. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
I thank Mr. Mohammed As-Saati for this intervention. The next statement is by His Excellency Mr. Luigi Di Maio, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Italy. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Excellencies, dear colleagues, I thank the United Nations and the governments of Qatar, Germany, and United Kingdom for co-hosting today's event, which is crucial to keep international attention high on one of the most serious humanitarian crises of our times. Last August's event added to the multiple challenges that the Afghan people were already facing. According to the United Nations, now more than half of the population is in need of humanitarian assistance. The World Food Programme estimates that this year nearly 23 million people will suffer food insecurity. We must continue to support the people of Afghanistan. We cannot fail them, especially in these challenging times. The recent decision of de facto authorities now to allow girls to attend secondary school is to be condemned. We must advocate for women and girls' rights, including their rightful access to education without limitations. Preventing girls from going to school would mean not only leaving them behind, which is unacceptable, but also jeopardizing the development of the entire country. Italy is ready to play its part and contribute significantly to the international response to this crisis. Last year, we allocated an amount of 150 million euro, largely channeled to humanitarian initiatives carried out by the main humanitarian organizations on the ground, both in Afghanistan and in neighboring countries, which are showing a commendable solidarity. We are grateful to all the humanitarian actors who managed to stay and deliver, and in particular to the United Nations for its crucial coordinating role. Your activities are now more vital than ever. Also, this year, Italy will sustain this endeavor in Afghanistan and in the countries of the region by pledging a total of 50 million euro. Thank you very much.
I thank Mr. Luigi Di Maio from Italy, and I thank you for the support. We will now watch a recorded video from Ireland, presented by His Excellency Simon Coveney, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ireland.
My thanks to OCHA, Germany, Qatar, and the United Kingdom for hosting this critically important conference on Afghanistan. Ireland stands in solidarity with the people of Afghanistan, who are enduring one of the worst humanitarian crises on earth. Ireland will continue to amplify their voices at the UN Security Council by calling for greater humanitarian assistance and access and the protection of human rights for all, especially for women and for girls. Despite the humanitarian disaster unfolding in Ukraine, my government remains steadfast in our commitment to provide support wherever it's needed. Afghanistan must not become another forgotten crisis. Today, Ireland pledges 3.25 million euros for essential life-saving support provided by the UN and civil society in Afghanistan and the region. Ireland remains committed to the multilateral response, including through SURF, where Ireland is among the top 10 donors since inception. Afghanistan's best hope for sustainable peace and a prosperous future is to allow all Afghans, regardless of gender or ethnicity, the opportunity to reach their full potential and contribute to their communities and society, and education is key. We strongly condemn the Taliban's decision last week on its commitment to allow Afghan girls to return to secondary school. We urge all donors to support the Afghan people who have suffered enormously in recent decades. In order to provide as effective a response as possible, it is critical that we ensure maximum flexibility in our collective assistance. We must continue to work together to avoid a further deterioration in the situation in Afghanistan and indeed regionally. Thank you very much.
شكرا سيد سايمون من ايرلندا على هذه المداخله. انقل الان هناك ايضا مداخله مسجله من سعاده السيد خليفه شاهين المرر وزير دوله الامارات العربيه المتحده.
أصحاب المعالي والسعادة السيدات والسادة الزملاء يسرني.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, at the outset, I would like to thank Qatar, the United Kingdom, the Federal Republic of Germany, as well as the UN agencies for holding this ministerial conference at the United Arab Emirates. Would like to express their unwavering solidarity with the Afghan people and with the international community of donors in order to resolve the many crises which Afghanistan is facing, whether it be humanitarian crises, economic crisis, or those stemming from climate change. The United Arab Emirates are one of the most important donors, which is providing support for Afghanistan so that they can overcome the crises that are affecting them. In 2021, the volume of our aid to Afghanistan reached almost $200 million, 200 million American dollars. We established an airlift, and we had flights which made it possible to transport hundreds of tons of food as well as assistance to more than 1 million people, most of them women and elderly people. We also provided significant medical aid to support the medical personnel and to fight the COVID-19 pandemic. Furthermore, the United Arab Emirates have played a major role in evacuating 50,000 foreign nationals and Afghans in August of last year. We also welcomed thousands of Afghan families who were evacuated while waiting to send them towards third countries. We are determined to continue our efforts, and we welcome the efforts that have been undertaken to help Afghanistan recover its stability with the support of regional partners as well as the international community in order to prevent the spread of extremism in Afghanistan. We underscore the importance of ensuring gender equality as well as the education of girls while continuing our humanitarian efforts and while stressing future development. Within this framework, we express our deep sadness with respect to the decision of the Taliban of the 23rd of March and concerning the non-opening of secondary schools for girls. And this in spite of the promises made in the past, as well as the plans that were established. This is a true setback, a very dangerous step backwards that does not only affect girls in Afghanistan, but also the economic and social development process of the country. We hope that this decision will be repealed, and we urge the United Nations Mission in Afghanistan to work closely with the OIC in order to find the means to apply positive pressure and reopen the doors of schools to girls. Thank you once again, and may God be with you. I thank you for that intervention from the United Arab Emirates, and I now give the floor to Tajikistan, the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Tajikistan commends the joint initiative of the UN Secretary General, together with the State of Qatar, the United Kingdom and Federal Republic of Germany, to convene this meeting to address the humanitarian needs of Afghan people. We are deeply concerned by the emerging humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan, and have repeatedly stated the need for the international community to provide all possible assistance to its suffering people. The international community is indifferent to the fate of Afghan people and their neighbors who have to overcome difficult military and humanitarian problems. Distinguished participants, in our opinion, formation of an inclusive government with the participation of all social and ethno-political groups of the country and adoption of the effective measures to ensure economic and social development of the country are main keys for solving the current problems in Afghanistan. Tajikistan reaffirms its support for the people of Afghanistan as well as its strong commitment to the sovereignty, independence, territorial integrity, national unity of this neighboring country. Therefore, Tajikistan is willing to provide its communication means to all stakeholders and donor countries for delivering humanitarian assistance to the people of Afghanistan through the 6 bridges on the Tajik-Afghan borders. It is worth mentioning that during the winter of 2021, the government of Tajikistan assisted UN agencies, particularly the World Food Programme and the UN Humanitarian Assistance Service, to deliver food assistance to Afghanistan. We continue uninterrupted supply of electricity to the northern part of Afghanistan and the city of Kabul, as well as maintain the functioning the Sheikhan Bandar Panji Poyon border checkpoints to provide other vital products for the people of Afghanistan. At the moment, the government of Tajikistan intends to provide humanitarian food assistance to the people of Afghanistan. Tajikistan, as a close neighbor, has always advocated for a comprehensive solution of Afghan conflict through the peaceful means. We are ready to further assist this process in every possible way in order to create the necessary prerequisites in the long-suffering land of Afghanistan for establishing peace and stability, guaranteeing security and its socio-economic revivals. I thank you.
شكرا سيد فرهود سليم من طاجكستان على هذه المداخلة. انتقل الآن
I
إلى
thank you, sir, for your statement, and I now give the floor to Finland. We are going to listen to a pre-recorded video, the statement of Mr. Habib.
Excellencies, the humanitarian situation in Afghanistan is bleak. I have watched with growing concern the plight of the Afghan people as they struggle with their everyday lives in the middle of an escalating humanitarian crisis, deteriorating basic services, and economic hardship. We have a responsibility to help those desperately in need. Finland is committed to providing further humanitarian assistance and support to basic needs in Afghanistan. Circumstances in Afghanistan have changed dramatically since last August. Afghans have seen their freedoms and human rights shrunk. Many women have watched their opportunities fade. Guaranteeing equal access to education for boys and girls is paramount. Finland believes that Afghanistan cannot afford to exclude half of its population, not politically, not economically. Humanitarian organizations are able to deliver life-saving assistance only if humanitarian principles and international humanitarian law are respected and full access is granted. Women must be included both as aid workers and as beneficiaries. Finland will provide 3 million euros in humanitarian assistance to Afghanistan through WFP and non-governmental organizations. Over 18 million euros are available for the year 2022 to address basic needs, to prevent collapse of basic services, to deliver humanitarian aid, and also to support women, girls, and human rights. These funds will be channeled through international organizations in a flexible manner. Thank you.
سيد بيكا هابيستو من فنلند على مداخلتك
I thank the representative of Finland for his statement, and I'd like to thank you for your support. I now give the floor to Uzbekistan, His Excellency Mr. Vladimir Norov, Deputy Foreign Minister of Uzbekistan.
Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, respected Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished colleagues, the current difficult situation in Afghanistan is at the center of our special attention. As you know, currently there is an acute economic crisis in Afghanistan. A difficult humanitarian situation has developed due to the shortage of financial resources, food, medicine, and essential goods. Unfortunately, due to the well-known processes in the world, we are witnessing a slight decrease in the attention of the international community to Afghanistan. In fact, the Afghan issue has receded into the background of world politics. This should not be allowed. The international community should be responsible for the present and future of this country. Today, this state is at the crucial stage of its development. Either this country, with the help of the international community, will create the prerequisites for the building the foundation of a normal economy and development, or it once again became a haven for terrorists and extremist organizations. Here we have the conquering interest of the international community and the new Afghan authorities who are taking certain steps to rid the country of terrorists. The interim government is actively responding to the concern of the international community and has achieved some visible results. It is necessary to take specific support measures aimed at helping to solve the most acute social problems in this country in order to prevent Afghanistan from turning into a rogue state again. That's why we advocate the unfreezing of the country's financial assets abroad. Uzbekistan sent a humanitarian aid to the people of Afghanistan twice, in September and December last year, consisting of food, medicine, clothing, and coal. We continue to supply electricity to the neighboring country without interruption, which covers 28% of Afghanistan electricity imports. About 32% of the goods imported by the Afghan side are transited through the territory of Uzbekistan to the neighboring state. In addition, our specialists are almost completing the restoration of the international airport in the Mazar-e-Sharif. In particular, it is necessary to assist the new Kabul administration by involving the capabilities of international financial institutions in the implementation of such major infrastructure projects at the construction of the Termez Mazar-e-Sharif Kabul Peshawar Railway and Surkhan Puli Khumri electric power transmission. In order to facilitate the centralized and targeted delivery of humanitarian supplies to Afghanistan, we have taken the initiative to create a multifunctional transport and logistic hub in Termez. The meeting of the heads of transport departments of Uzbekistan, Afghanistan, and Pakistan held in Tashkent on March 26-27 of this year was designed to promote the development of common approaches to eliminate deterrence. Uzbekistan contributes to ensuring the country's needs for competent and qualified specialists. About 300 Afghan students are studying in the country. Training courses for civil aviation specialists and medical personnel have been organized. Distinguished colleagues, in the Afghan issue, the role of the United Nations should be strengthened, and its voice should sound louder than ever. The UN should take even greater responsibility for mobilizing and coordinating international efforts to assist Afghanistan. Thank you for your attention.
شكرا سعادة السيد فلاديمير نورفو من أوزبكستان على مداخلتك المسجلة.
I thank you, sir, for your statement, and I will now give the floor to the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Iceland, Mr. Kolbrun Reksfjord.
co-chairs, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Afghanistan is facing a most severe and alarming humanitarian crisis. After decades of conflict and the collapse of the country's economy, millions of people are experiencing acute food insecurity and hunger. The ongoing rollback of fundamental human rights under the Taliban authorities is profoundly disappointing. In particular, the decision to exclude girls from secondary education is deeply concerning and damaging, not only for the girls themselves and their families, but also for the future of Afghanistan. The need for predictable and flexible funding for humanitarian operations in Afghanistan has never been greater. Iceland will play its part, and today I am pleased to announce a multi-year pledge of a total 360 million Icelandic krona to humanitarian support in Afghanistan, or 120 million per year for 2022 to 2024. This contribution will go to 3 of Iceland's priority humanitarian partners, UNHCR, WFP, and OCHA. In addition, for 2022, Iceland will make a 40 million Icelandic krona contribution to UNFPA for its critical work for Afghan women and girls. Ladies and gentlemen, the number of individuals in need for humanitarian assistance globally has never been higher. It is critical that the international community comes together in support of life-saving support around the world. Iceland aims to do so, as is reflected in our planned increase in overall humanitarian assistance this year. I thank you.
شكرا سعادة السيدة ثورديز كارل بروم من ايسلند على هذه المداخلة. انتقل الآن إلى
I thank you for your statement, and I will now give the floor to
thank you very
permanent
much,
representative of Afghanistan.
And thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would like to thank the United Nations Secretary General and also the humanitarian coordinator, the governments of Germany, Qatar, and the UK. While the world is grappling with the crisis in Ukraine, the people of Afghanistan appreciates your renewed commitment and not letting Afghanistan turn into a forgotten humanitarian crisis. Nearly 6 months ago, the international community gathered here in Geneva and offered a crucial lifeline to the people of Afghanistan in the most difficult moments of our contemporary history. The message of solidarity, the resolve to remain engaged, and financial pledges for addressing humanitarian crisis were overwhelming. Despite mounting challenges, a full-fledged humanitarian disaster was averted in Afghanistan. On the 13th of September last year, while uncertainty was high, so was the sense of cautious optimism. It was emphasized that all aid operations need to be independently delivered, monitored, and reported upon. Aid agencies should be able to do their job according to the humanitarian principles. Moreover, the need for complementarity between humanitarian action and protection of the basic rights of the Afghan people was highlighted. Mr. Chair, highlighting some of the main challenges facing the people of Afghanistan, we hope that this pledging conference will also meet its goal, enabling the aid agencies to scale up their assistance and further empower the humanitarian partners to reach all communities in need. Translating generous support into effective life-saving assistance requires securing the rights and enabling environment, diverse humanitarian teams, and ensuring safe, rapid, and unimpeded access all across the country. Monitoring and evaluation of the first phase of humanitarian assistance is important, which could track to ensure that the winter assistance reach all intended beneficiaries. Mr. Chair, while the people of Afghanistan are suffering from the mass unemployment, abject poverty, and chronic hunger on the daily basis, depriving 1 million of young girls from schools, a blatant violation of the fundamental rights of education for all enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, of which Afghanistan as a state party robs the country of its future. Once again, I thank the organizer and all the member states for their solidarity, support, and generous contribution. Provision of urgent humanitarian assistance is indeed one major aspect of addressing the crisis in Afghanistan. However, we hope that today's meeting will also be the beginning of a new chapter in international engagement in comprehensively addressing the crisis of Afghanistan. And I thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
شكرا سعادة السيد نزير أنديشة من أفغانستان على هذه المداخلة. الآن ننقل لكم إلى مداخلة مسجلة من سعادة وزير الشؤون الأوروبية والدولية بجمهورية النمسا ألكسندر شالنبرغ.
Mr. Secretary General, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. First, let me thank the United Nations, the United Kingdom, Germany and Qatar for convening this meeting. The scale of suffering in Afghanistan is horrific. The number of people in need of humanitarian assistance is staggering, and once more, especially the most vulnerable groups pay the heaviest price: women, children, and the sick. Humanitarian organizations on the ground report that 23 million people in Afghanistan, about 56% of its entire population, are in need of humanitarian aid. Among them, more than 12 million children. These humanitarian organizations are bearing the brunt of avoiding that the humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan leads to a full-blown socio-economic implosion. They deserve our gratitude for the extraordinary work they are accomplishing under extremely difficult circumstances. Therefore, it is all the more imperative to ensure that the free and unhindered access, as well as the safety and security of the workers, is safeguarded and guaranteed all along. We must do whatever we can to avert that Afghanistan becomes a security and humanitarian black hole, destabilizing the whole region. While we are talking, the number of Afghan refugees in neighboring countries continues to grow. Hundreds of thousands have fled the country in recent months. I would like to thank Pakistan, Iran, and other neighboring countries for hosting Afghan refugees. But the pressure is growing. Last week, I visited Pakistan. This visit was also an expression of solidarity and of our willingness to cooperate in the fight against international terrorism, organized crime, and human trafficking. We cannot and we will not turn our back on the people of Afghanistan or on countries in the region. Ladies and gentlemen, Austria has a long-standing tradition of engaging in humanitarian aid and in providing direct assistance. I am therefore glad to announce that this year Austria will provide a further 7 million euros of humanitarian assistance in Afghanistan and neighboring countries affected by the Afghan refugee crisis. Thank you very much.
شكرا سعيد السيد ألكسندر شالنبرغ من أستراليا على مداخلتكم المسجلة. الآن نترككم دقائق مع فيديو مسجل لتعليم البنات في أفغانستان.
I'm a direct result of that. I studied in a public school supported by international community. I got a scholarship to study out of Afghanistan. I went back to Afghanistan and supported my community through creating mobile libraries for children. All these achievements, all our major achievements, are now under threat in Afghanistan. Afghanistan is facing a human rights crisis and a humanitarian emergency.
مكتب خود ما شروع شده است اما مکتب یعنی خارج کلان ما شروع نشده و ما مادر نمی‌خوایم شروع شد اما هنوز شروع نشده است مکتبای خارج کلان ما.
دستیم باید خواهرای دیگه هم مکتب شروع کنند تا که ما بتوانیم به وطن خدمت کنیم و بتوانیم وطن خدا کنیم.
Every girl everywhere should receive 12 years of uninterrupted, quality and safe education. Educated girls are more likely to be healthy, productive and have healthier families. Educated women can cope with the challenges they face, and when they are empowered, they reach their potential. No nation can advance if 50% of the population is held back. This is why we believe so strongly that all schools for all girls must reopen in Afghanistan. We must be clear that all children, regardless of where they are born, have a universal right to education and the chance to build their own future.
الكلمة التالية لإندونيسيا مداخلة مسجلة للسيد ريتنو ليستاري وزير الشؤون الخارجية من إندونيسيا. تفضل سيدي.
Excellencies, years of conflict and economic collapse are causing extreme hardship for the Afghan people. Half of the population faces acute hunger. Over 9 million people have been displaced, and millions of children are out of school. Without international support, many of them would struggle to meet their basic needs. Suspension of humanitarian assistance will only worsen the humanitarian situation in Afghanistan. So we cannot shut the door on the Afghan people. But at the same time, the Taliban must also work to fulfill its promises, including respect for women's rights and access of education for all. This two-way street is what we need to build trust and confidence. Excellencies, to help the Afghan people to cope with their humanitarian situation, Indonesia has pledged to provide $3 million of humanitarian aid and capacity building assistance. We have disbursed $150,000 through Aga Khan Foundation. Earlier this year, we sent 65 tons of food and nutritional assistance equivalent to $1 million for Afghanistan through World Food Program. Just a few days ago, Indonesia and Qatar signed a letter of intent to collaborate on providing humanitarian and development assistance for Afghan people, especially and including education for women. Through the OIC, we will also support and contribute it directly through Humanitarian Trust Fund for Afghanistan. Together, we must energize our efforts to ensure continuity and impact. Only then can we truly assist the Afghan people. I thank you.
Thank you, Excellency Retno Lezarti, Minister of Foreign Affairs in Indonesia, for your statement. And the statement now for Kazakhstan. His Excellency Mr. Talagat Kalayev, Ambassador at Large. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Dear colleagues, let me express my gratitude to the United Nations, to the governments of Qatar, United Kingdom and Germany for convening this timely high-level meeting. Kazakhstan stays committed to provide full support to the international efforts to overcome the severe humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan. As my President, Kassym-Jomart Tokayev, reiterated recently, we should not leave the Afghan people alone with their unprecedented challenges. We believe that the dialogue with the acting Afghan authorities and humanitarian assistance to Afghanistan should be continued. It is necessary to provide practical interaction in order to prevent violations of universal human rights, the deterioration of humanitarian crisis, and information of threats such as spread of terrorism, drug trafficking, illegal migration. We believe that secure and stable Afghanistan will open new horizons for expanding trade economic ties in the region. We see our main task in preventing the deepening of the humanitarian crisis. In this regard, Kazakhstan continues to provide direct humanitarian assistance to Afghanistan. Just in the last several months, we provided humanitarian aid consisting of 5,000 tons of wheat flour, more than 55 tons of anti-COVID medicines, food products, and essential goods, total worth of $5 million. Despite the difficult situation in Afghanistan, we continue to provide opportunities for Afghan students to study in Kazakh universities, providing them with the necessary support, including issuing extended visas. We are working on continuing the implementation of a joint program of with the European Union, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, and Kyrgyzstan under the guidance of United Nations Development Program for education of Afghan women. The program is highly important in the context of promoting gender equality and women empowerment in Afghanistan. UNDP has recruited a new group of 105 female students for this year. We are waiting them to come to our countries in the short term. We continue our close cooperation with UNAMA and World Food Programme on humanitarian assistance to Afghanistan. World Food Programme continues to purchase significant amounts of wheat flour from Kazakh enterprises for Afghanistan. UNAMA continues to use air corridor from Almaty to Kabul. Staying committed to our policy towards Afghanistan, Kazakhstan pledges $30,000 to the World Food Programme, $30,000 to International Committee of the Red Cross, and $10,000 to United UN Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs. In conclusion, let me reaffirm that Kazakhstan remains an active participant of the international efforts to make Afghanistan peaceful, prosperous, and safe. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Excellency Talagat Kalabi from Kazakhstan, for your statement. This is all in my list has been done, and allow me, Excellency. Thank you very much, Excellency, for your statements. Allow me to transfer the mic for my colleague, moderator by United Kingdom, Mr. Nigel Casey.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, and thanks very much to all our speakers this afternoon. I now give the floor to Mr. Max Lamesh, Deputy Director at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and European Affairs of Luxembourg. The floor is yours.
Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, since we met in September last year, the situation in Afghanistan has further deteriorated. Even though hostilities and violence have declined and the new normal, although very bleak, has set in for the Afghan people, humanitarian needs are projected at a record high. The compound effects of conflict, drought, unemployment, and food insecurity, coupled with the long-term economic impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, have further plunged the Afghan people into an ever-growing need for humanitarian assistance. Oppression and discrimination threaten millions of women and girls. Women's rights must be preserved and protected. Last week's upsetting news that not all girls will be able to go to the secondary school after all sends the wrong signal to the international community. I therefore reiterate that human rights and the basic humanitarian principles have to be respected. While all eyes are directed towards Ukraine, it is of utmost importance that we, as international donor community, do not forget Afghanistan. I therefore call upon all delegations to substantially increase their commitments in order to alleviate the suffering of the Afghan population. Indeed, human development indicators show some improvement in absolute terms, particularly over the last 10 years. These achievements must be preserved. I therefore welcome the recent decision of releasing $1 billion in frozen ARTF funds and encourage the World Bank to further release a maximum of funds under the ARTF. Luxembourg stands ready to assist the Afghan population at this critical moment. Since 2001, we have considerably scaled up our aid efforts. Today, Luxembourg reaffirms our continued support for the people of Afghanistan. We will further increase our financial support for humanitarian purposes in 2022. This increase is, of course, solely based on the needs of the Afghan people. International humanitarian law and humanitarian principles must be respected. That's why today I'm honored to announce that Luxembourg will commit a total amount of 7 million euros towards the situation in Afghanistan. In addition to the 4.5 million that we have spent since our pledge in September last year, Luxembourg will contribute another 2.5 million euros in 2022 on immediate humanitarian assistance inside Afghanistan, as well as on the regional refugee response. A historic humanitarian catastrophe is unfolding as we speak, and all the efforts undertaken and achievements made over the past decades are at risk. We must act now in order to prevent the already catastrophic situation from getting even worse. Luxembourg will continue to stand in solidarity with the Afghan people in their long struggle for a more peaceful and just future. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Lamesh. We greatly appreciate your government's generosity. I now pass the floor to Mr. Nianshang Zhang, who's Deputy Director General at the Asian Development Bank. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, ministers, colleagues. First of all, I would like to express our sincere thanks to Qatar, United Kingdom, Germany, and the United Nations for organizing this conference. It is my pleasure and honor to speak at this conference today, representing Asian Development Bank. ADB remains committed to the people of Afghanistan. In January 2022, the ADB Board of Directors approved $405 million in grants to support food security and help sustain the delivery of essential health and education services for the Afghan people. Under the project, ADB is providing direct financing to 4 United Nations agencies for immediate humanitarian support in response to the unprecedented crisis and to help sustain the country's human development. In solidarity with the Afghan people, ADB joins the international community in expressing our strong support for women's rights, especially for girls' rights to education. ADB stands firm in safeguarding its principles on women's rights when providing financial and development support. Gender equality is central to our corporate strategy and to this project, which prioritizes access to food, income, health, and education for women and girls. Under the education output, the project aims to support community-based education for primary education and expanding CBE to grades 7 and 8, adolescent learning centers, and the preparation of female teachers. We look forward to working with development partners on supporting the people of Afghanistan. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much indeed. We greatly appreciate the bank's commitment and the release of those funds for crucial work in Afghanistan. Thank you. I would now like to call on the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Malaysia, His Excellency Mr. Kamaruddin bin Jafar. The floor is yours, sir.
Malaysia commends the UN as well as the governments of Germany, Qatar, and the UK for organizing. Malaysia commends the UN as well as the governments of Germany, Qatar, and the UK for organizing this event to continue to highlight the dire humanitarian situation faced by the Afghan people. As a fellow OIC member and in solidarity with the Afghan people during their time of need, Malaysia is committed to help alleviate the humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan. Among others, Malaysia contributed $100,000 during the UN high-level pledging event in September last year. Just last month, Malaysian NGOs, in close collaboration with our government, delivered 5 tons of essential items totaling $240,000 for the Afghan people. Recently, we also pledged $100,000 to the OIC Humanitarian Trust Fund, and we are currently arranging to donate 1.6 million doses of COVID vaccines to Afghanistan. Malaysia will also continue to provide capacity building program to Afghanistan in various technical and vocational fields. I wish to reaffirm Malaysia's solidarity with the Afghan people, and we stand ready to assist them towards attaining durable peace and security, the enjoyment of human rights, especially for women and girls, as well as socio-economic development. Thank you.
Many thanks to the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Malaysia for his statement. We will now watch a recorded video message from His Excellency Mr. Jose Manuel Alvarez Bueno from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the EU and Cooperation of Spain.
Estimados amigos, en el contexto de una nueva crisis humanitaria en Ucrania, esta reunión es de especial importancia porque confirma el compromiso global con el pueblo afgano. España es un actor clave en este empeño. Estamos cumpliendo con nuestro compromiso de contribuir con 20 millones de euros durante los años 2021 y 2022 para apoyar la labor sobre el terreno de UNICEF, del Comité Internacional de la Cruz Roja o del Alto Comisionado de Naciones Unidas para los Refugiados. Este año desembolsaremos más de 12 millones de euros, pero nuestra contribución no es solo financiera. A principios de año donamos 2 millones de vacunas contra el COVID a los refugiados afganos en Irán. Sabemos que esta crisis tiene una dimensión regional que requiere de medidas de apoyo a los países vecinos. Hoy les anuncio que en 2023 contribuiremos al menos con 4 millones de euros adicionales. Al tiempo, expresamos esta solidaridad con el pueblo afgano y quiero subrayar las negativas consecuencias que tienen las recientes decisiones tomadas por los talibanes. Nos preocupa la constante represión de libertades públicas, la ausencia de inclusividad, la falta de progreso en el diálogo con la comunidad internacional. Muy recientemente hemos visto cómo se ha impedido a niñas y adolescentes el acceso a los centros educativos, inadmisible discriminación que sufren las mujeres afganas. En este contexto, reafirmamos la importancia del trabajo de las organizaciones sobre el terreno para garantizar el buen uso de la asistencia humanitaria y la igualdad de derechos entre niños y niñas, entre hombres y mujeres. Trabajamos coordinados con un objetivo conjunto: asegurar la paz y el bienestar para el pueblo de Afganistán. Muchas gracias.
We thank the government of Spain for their generous contribution to Afghanistan. I now wish to introduce His Highness Prince Rahim Aga Khan of the Aga Khan Foundation.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of His Highness the Aga Khan, I thank the governments of Germany, of Qatar, of the United Kingdom, as well as the United Nations for convening this meeting at a time when so many Afghans are in peril. Since August, despite huge challenges, in cooperation with UN agencies, the Aga Khan Development Network has maintained its life-saving work across Afghanistan, keeping its hospitals and clinics open, assisting communities with food, shelter, and livelihoods, and continuing to help thousands of children of both genders to access learning. That is a sign of the unfailing commitment of the Ismaili Imamate and the AKDN to the people of Afghanistan. Our experience over the past 3 decades, along with generous support from many international partners, has taught us to believe deeply in the capacity of Afghans, in their pluralism, and in the strength of their vibrant, diverse communities. They have shown time and again that they're resilient and resourceful, but today they need help. That is why we urge the international community to support the UN's humanitarian appeal with generosity and urgency. But it must also address the causes of this crisis: the economic collapse, banking and monetary paralysis, and the strangulation of legitimate Afghan businesses and jobs. These deserve equally urgent and practical attention. Today, we must send a signal of hope to Afghans across the country, and especially at the community level where Afghanistan's future will be determined. It is there that Afghans of all backgrounds will come together to address their most urgent needs. let us act swiftly in solidarity, with foresight, and with compassion. Thank you.
We thank the Aga Khan Foundation and His Highness for their commitment to Afghanistan. We now have a recorded video message from Her Excellency, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of New Zealand.
I would like to thank the UN, the UK, Germany and Qatar for convening this very significant event in response to the UN's largest ever appeal for humanitarian aid. Aotearoa New Zealand is deeply concerned by the severe humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan. The levels of severe food insecurity facing Afghan communities are dire. 8.7 million Afghans are at risk of famine-like conditions this year. I'm pleased to announce that Aotearoa New Zealand will contribute an additional $6 million New Zealand dollars, 3 to the World Food Programme and 3 to the Food and Agriculture Organisation. This funding will support both agencies' critical efforts to prevent famine and strengthen food security in Afghanistan and bring Aotearoa New Zealand's total support for the Afghan humanitarian response to 12 million New Zealand dollars since August last year. We acknowledge the national and international humanitarian agencies that continue to deliver life-saving protection and assistance for Afghan communities in very difficult circumstances. We encourage humanitarian partners to prioritise a localised and inclusive response that empowers affected Afghan communities and prioritises assistance for potentially at-risk populations, including women, children, persons with disabilities and the elderly. The pledges made at today's event are another step in this crucial work, but we know support will need to endure into the future as well. Aotearoa New Zealand remains committed to supporting the Afghan people. Nō reira, tēnā koutou katoa.
I thank the Foreign Minister and the New Zealand Government for their generous contribution. I'd now like to give the floor to JP Singh, Joint Secretary for Afghanistan and Pakistan from the Indian Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
Excellencies and dear colleagues, let me begin by thanking United Nations and co-sponsors to take the lead to organize this important event. As part of our collective responsibility, India continued its engagement with the Afghan people and delivered humanitarian assistance consisting of 10,000 metric tons of wheat, 13 tons of medical assistance, 500,000 doses of COVID vaccine, and winter clothing. These consignments were handed over to the Indira Gandhi Children Hospital in Kabul and UN specialized agencies, WHO and WFP. Furthermore, we are in the process of shipping more medical assistance and 50,000 metric tons of food grains to Afghanistan. Today, also, I noted the remarks made by Martin Griffith, Under Secretary General UN, who visited Indira Gandhi Hospital in Kabul. And we have noted the remarks, the condition, and we are willing to provide more medical assistance as well as medical equipment to the hospital. We also facilitated the commercial supplies for UNICEF consisting of 60 million doses of polio vaccines and 2 tons of medicines. We would be happy to assist international community in supplying medicines, food grains, and medical equipment to Afghanistan. On education front, we continued our scholarship schemes for Afghan students. Currently, we have almost 3,500 Afghan students attending the classes physically in India. Moreover, we have granted fresh admissions to almost 800 Afghan students post 15th August, including 90 Afghan girls. We are also supporting an Afghan refugee school in New Delhi. The decision of the current regime to deny access to education for girls above 6th grade is deeply concerning, and we hope and expect that the current regime will reconsider their decision in the larger interest of the Afghan society. Excellencies, India has been a consistent supporter of central role for the United Nations in Afghanistan. India organized Delhi Regional Security Dialogue, as well as dialogue between India and Central Asia on Afghanistan, in order to generate regional consensus on major issues. The current regime need to do a lot more and need to be a lot more sensitive about the concerns of the international community. Our collective approach has been articulated in UN security resolutions, including 2593. Our common immediate priorities include providing humanitarian assistance, ensuring formation of a truly inclusive and representative government, combating terrorism and drug trafficking, and preserving the rights of women, children, and the minority. In broader terms, we share the same concerns and share the same objectives. Let us all work together to ensure that the voice and aspirations of Afghans is not lost, and reassure them that we are standing with them in these difficult times. Thank you, Excellency.
Thank you very much indeed, Joint Secretary, for those thoughtful remarks and indeed for India's continuing commitment to Afghanistan. We will now have a recorded message from Her Excellency Ms. Miriam Kittir, Minister of Development Cooperation from Belgium.
Mr. Chair, dear partners and colleagues, the humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan is very alarming. The needs are at unprecedented levels, and over 24 million of people require life-saving assistance, more than half of the entire Afghan population. And that's why the people of Afghanistan must not be forgotten. It is crucial that the Afghan progress over the past 20 years is not lost. But unfortunately, especially for women and girls, reality suggests otherwise. In Afghanistan, girls are not only deprived of education, their future is taken away from them. When schools are closing, so does the path towards a better life. Educations empower women and girls, and that's what the Taliban are afraid of. I believe that every child has the right to education. Every girl in Afghanistan should have a choice for a future of her own. That's why we should keep supporting them, because the Afghan youth, Afghan boys and girls, Afghan women, they count on us. And that's why Belgium will contribute additionally €3 million to the humanitarian fund for Afghanistan on top of our flexible funding to global humanitarian funds. We have to ensure that the deliverance of humanitarian aid is there. All people deserve protection when needs are high, because we are all human beings. And I would like each of us to remember that there is a person behind those huge numbers of people in need, that women's rights are human rights. So let's not forget them. Let's not fail the people of Afghanistan. Thank you very much.
Our thanks to the Belgian government for their ongoing commitment to Afghanistan. We will now watch a recorded video message from Her Excellency Ms. Matilda Ernkrans, Minister for Development Cooperation from Sweden.
Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. The eyes of the world are directed towards Ukraine, but we must not forget the deep humanitarian crisis facing Afghanistan. I thank the UN and the co-host Germany, Qatar and UK for convening today's important meeting. Today, I met with students at the school here in Sweden. Children's right to education is a fundamental human right. I am deeply troubled by the unacceptable decision of the Taliban to suspend girls' education from the 6th grade. We must stand together to ensure girls' right to education. And the UN must keep advocating for the rights of women, girls, and minorities, and make sure that humanitarian assistance reaches all in need. Sweden will continue supporting the people of Afghanistan and remain a top donor. For 2022, we have so far allocated $26 million in humanitarian assistance. But humanitarian interventions are not enough. Support to maintain basic services without channeling it through the de facto authorities is urgently needed. In 2022, Sweden will allocate around $80 million in development aid, including $10 million to the UN Special Trust Fund for Afghanistan. Finally, let me take this opportunity to pay tribute to all humanitarian workers on the ground for their heroic efforts to deliver life-saving assistance to the people of Afghanistan. Thank you.
Well, thanks to the Minister and our recognition of Sweden's long-standing generosity to the people of Afghanistan. We will now watch a recorded video message from His Excellency Minister Frank Riester of France. I'm sorry, I apologize. We have a message first from Her Excellency Ms. Lisa Schreinermacher from the Netherlands.
Ladies and gentlemen, earlier this month, the BBC published an article about a hospital in the capital of Helmand Province. The hospital has 300 beds, but is seeing around 800 patients a day, most of them children. One of these children is little Jalil, who is hardly breathing and whose hands and feet have gone cold. Jalil is 2.5 years old, but as you can see in the photograph, he looks a lot tinier. That is because he has tuberculosis and he is severely malnourished. Right now, 1 in every 5 children admitted to critical care in Afghanistan is dying. This is why this year, the Netherlands is contributing 20 million euros to the Afghanistan Humanitarian Fund, in addition to unearmarked support to the UN, Red Cross and Red Crescent. This is also why we're providing over 5 million euros to the Dutch Relief Alliance. Ladies and gentlemen, as donors, we need to strengthen our diplomatic efforts and help our implementing partners to ensure that all aid workers, men and women, have full, safe and independent access to all parts of the country and to all Afghans in need. In that respect, I would like to thank the UN for leading the way in a strong, coordinated international response. Ladies and gentlemen, while the eyes of many have now turned towards the unfolding crisis in Ukraine, we should not forget about all the other crises, including the one in Afghanistan. It is time to make the right decisions. For the de facto authorities, this means that they should provide a safe space for all Afghans, and that they should acknowledge that education is a fundamental right. This includes equal access to schooling at all levels and for all Afghans, including women and girls. For donors, this means that we should provide humanitarian aid through unearmarked and reliable funding. And finally, it also means that the root causes of the Afghan people's suffering should be addressed. We must do this for little children like Jalil and for all Afghans who are desperately seeking to rebuild their future. Thank you.
Our thanks to the Government of the Netherlands for their generous contribution. We now have a recorded video message from His Excellency Minister Frank Riester of France.
Monsieur le Secrétaire Général, Excellences, chers collègues, je remercie les Nations Unies, l'Allemagne, le Royaume-Uni et le Qatar pour l'organisation de cet événement qui marque notre attention constante pour le sort des populations afghanes. La situation humanitaire en Afghanistan est désastreuse et ne cesse de se détériorer. 25 millions d'Afghanes et d'Afghans dépendent aujourd'hui de l'aide humanitaire pour survivre, un chiffre en hausse depuis l'arrivée au pouvoir des talibans qui sont responsables de cette situation. La France se tient aux côtés du peuple afghan. En plus de l'aide de 100 millions d'euros annoncée le 13 septembre 2021, le gouvernement a décidé d'allouer 23,5 millions d'euros supplémentaires dès cette année. Cette aide transitera notamment par le PAM, le HR et l'UNICEF et par certaines ONG qui font un travail de terrain remarquable. L'aide humanitaire doit être acheminée à tous ceux qui en ont besoin dans le respect des principes humanitaires sans aucune forme de récupération par les talibans. Les Afghanes et les Afghans luttent pour leur survie, mais aussi pour le respect de leurs droits. Depuis le 15 août dernier, les violations des droits de l'homme en Afghanistan se sont multipliées. Exactions à l'encontre d'anciens responsables politiques, de magistrats, journalistes, militants et militantes des droits de l'homme, atteintes massives aux libertés d'expression et de la presse, restrictions à la liberté de mouvement des femmes et des filles, privation de leur droit à l'éducation et au travail, répression des personnes appartenant aux minorités. Les femmes et les filles sont les premières victimes de ces violations qui anéantissent 20 ans de progrès réalisés. La France a fermement condamné la décision prise par les talibans d'ordonner la fermeture des établissements scolaires aux filles de plus de 12 ans. Cette décision, consternante et intolérable, qui contredit leur engagement public, constitue une violation flagrante de la Convention relative aux droits de l'enfant que l'Afghanistan a ratifiée. Elle aura un impact majeur sur le développement économique du pays si elle n'est pas rapidement annulée. Je le rappelle, l'aide au développement ne peut œuvrer que dans et pour le respect des droits de l'homme. Aujourd'hui, cette condition n'est à l'évidence pas remplie. Il est essentiel que nous restions fermes quant au respect des conditions que la communauté internationale a fixées aux talibans, notamment dans la résolution 2593 du Conseil de sécurité. Les défis sont considérables. La France se tient aux côtés du peuple afghan pour les relever.
We thank the Minister and the French government for their commitment. We will now watch a recorded video message from His Excellency Dr. Stanislav Raskan, State Secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Slovenia.
Mr. Secretary General, Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, let me start by observing that this meeting comes at a very timely moment. After decades of war, suffering, and instability, Afghanistan is no longer on the brink of humanitarian crisis. It has been plunged into one of the worst humanitarian disasters we have ever seen. 25 million people, including nearly 10 million girls and boys, now depend on humanitarian assistance to survive. In these grim circumstances, it is imperative to strive for principled and effective humanitarian action. Unfortunately, there are still instances of obstructing humanitarian access to populations at risk and attacks on humanitarian workers. Full compliance with international humanitarian law and human rights law without any exceptions must thus be ensured. Continuous cooperation and coordinated are crucial. We have to find ways to preserve the progress achieved in the Afghan society over the last 2 decades, with ensuring equal rights to education for all being one of the priorities. Slovenia has been responding to Afghanistan's needs since 2005. Its engagement has focused on humanitarian support through international organizations, with substantial contribution pledged at the ministerial meetings last September. These efforts are completed by the Slovenian-based organization ITF, enhancing human security, working on health-related projects. Today, I am pleased to announce that the government of Republic of Slovenia has decided to pledge an additional contribution of €50,000 in 2022. Our funds will be challenged through the UN Population Fund. Thank you very much for your attention.
I thank the State Secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We will now watch a recorded video compilation of messages from UN principals and heads of agencies and programs.
The humanitarian needs in Afghanistan have increased and accelerated further in the last 6 months. While all areas of the country are affected, hunger remains a mainly rural crisis. Last year, FL reached more than 2.62 million people with emergency livelihood assistance. Agriculture must remain a priority within the humanitarian response, both to address the existing hunger crisis as well as to prevent a wider economic breakdown. We must not fail the people of Afghanistan.
More than 18 million people need health assistance in Afghanistan. The country faces overlapping health threats, widespread malnutrition, a surge in measles, COVID-19, and the potential for a wave of acute watery diarrhea in the coming months. Unless urgent action is taken, this catastrophic combination of factors will lead to an increase in illness and death, most of it preventable.
While we attend to multiple humanitarian crises around the world, the people of Afghanistan must not be forgotten. We, the International Organization for Migration, stand behind the rising number of vulnerable women, men, and children who have been displaced both within Afghanistan and beyond. The displaced and their host communities continue to need our support for life-saving, protection, livelihood, and recovery services. Let us do everything we can to give back hope to millions of Afghans across the country and across the region.
The collapse of the banking sector and the liquidity crisis have left local enterprises, many of which are led by women, without capital and farmers without markets. We need to act now to help get people through today and build a peaceful tomorrow based on dignity, new opportunities, and respect for human rights, including the rights of all girls to get an education. This is precisely what UNDP, together with our UN, donor, NGO, and private sector partners, are focusing on under the Aberdeen strategy. In their hour of need, we must stay and deliver for the people of Afghanistan and help them build that brighter future together.
I recently returned from Afghanistan, and the suffering I witnessed there is overwhelming. 13 million children are in urgent need of humanitarian assistance. Millions are malnourished. Systems providing basic services are near collapse, and millions of adolescent girls are still being shut out of education, a major step backwards. We cannot let the future of Afghanistan's children be held hostage to politics. UNICEF will continue doing everything we can, but we urgently need increased flexible funding to reach children and families with the support and services they need to come through this crisis. Time is running out for children in Afghanistan. Please help us to help them.
I want to join my voice to that of my colleagues who have highlighted the worrying humanitarian situation inside Afghanistan. Over the past few days, visiting the country, I have seen once again how urgent and dire the needs are. So today, I'm asking that you not only help stave off the worst of the humanitarian needs, but also do everything you can to expand opportunities for all the men, women, boys, and girls of this country. And of course, do not forget the millions of Afghan refugees and their host communities who have welcomed and protected Afghans for more than 40 years, especially in Pakistan and Iran.
While the eyes of the world are on Ukraine right now, I urge donors, please don't turn your back on Afghanistan. The country is facing catastrophic humanitarian crisis, and we are running out of time to get life-saving help to the millions of families who depend on us for their survival. 95% of Afghans do not have enough food to eat as we speak. In recent months, WFP has reached more than 15 million people, including 1.3 million children who have been treated for malnutrition. But we need to do much, much more. Please give generously to this appeal. The people of Afghanistan are counting on us, and we must not let them down.
Women and girls are facing renewed risks and challenges, including a rollback on fundamental rights, with restricted access to services, including sexual and reproductive health services, and limited freedom of movement. As we know, during emergencies, the risk of violence, exploitation, and abuse increases, with previously established national systems and community and social support networks being eroded. Against this background, the needs for reproductive health and gender-based violence services are now more critical than ever. In times of competing crises, it is essential that women and girls of Afghanistan are not forgotten.
Gender-responsive humanitarian action is critical to address discrimination against women and uphold humanitarian principles. UN Women is committed to staying and delivering in Afghanistan. We must support the provision of life-saving services for women by women. We must support the Afghan women's movement and undertake gender analysis to ensure the needs of Afghan women and girls are adequately identified and addressed.
I thank the UN principals for their statements and through them, their staff for all the fantastic work they continue to do in Afghanistan. I will now watch a recorded video message from His Excellency Mr. Marcin Pirzadaks, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs for Poland.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am most pleased to be able to address you all during this event. I'd like to seize this opportunity to underline that regardless of all the atrocities that are taking place on the territory of our eastern neighbor, Ukraine, and the challenges that we are facing while trying to cope with the largest since the end of World War II inflow of refugees on the European soil, Poland neither neglects nor forgets the humanitarian needs in other places of the globe, especially the catastrophic situation in Afghanistan. According to this year's data, almost 25 million people in Afghanistan require humanitarian assistance to survive. Millions of IDPs and returnees remain in some form of displacement. The same amount suffers from food insecurity. However, we must also be fully aware that the situation might crumble and the quoted figures might rise for the war in Ukraine, a country that was one of the leading world grain producers, will drastically affect the food production, food prices, and food availability. As we can clearly see, in today's globalized world, everything has an impact, and certainly the Russian war in Ukraine will pose a huge blow to the humanitarian aid. Excellencies, situation of refugees and hurdles they face does not seem to differ much also. Today, Poland, having an even better understanding of the challenges and difficulties faced by persons forced to leave their homes, in a gesture of solidarity with them and the host communities, is ready to pledge another $100,000 to the activities of UNHCR in response to the situation in Afghanistan and neighboring countries.
Our thanks to the Polish government for their contribution. I'm now going to hand over the moderation to Ms. Joyce Msuya, UN Assistant Secretary General for Humanitarian Affairs and Deputy Emergency Relief Coordinator. Over to you.
Hello, can you hear me now? Thank you very much, and I apologize for that technical difficulty. Firstly, let me open by thanking the governments of Qatar, United Kingdom, Germany, and the United Nations for today's meeting. Australia is deeply concerned by the crisis suffered by the people of Afghanistan, one of the world's most severe and protracted humanitarian emergencies, where drought coincides with the collapse of the government and government services, political dislocation, a loss of social freedoms, violations of basic human rights, perversions of the rule of law, dramatic economic instability, and continued violence and terrorism. The level of human institutional need is unprecedented. It is more important than ever that our humanitarian response now reaches the most vulnerable, including women, girls, and people with disabilities. We are gravely concerned about the situation and outlook for women and girls in Afghanistan. Their circumstances continue to deteriorate. Assurances by the Taliban that women and girls would be able to exercise their rights under Islamic law have not been met. We see an increase in early and forced marriages, women prohibited from leaving their homes and traveling without a male guardian, and restrictions on their economic participation. They are increasingly excluded from public life. The Taliban has also broken its commitment to allow women and the girls full access to education. Australia strongly condemns this decision and calls for its immediate reversal. We will continue to judge the Taliban by its actions and not its words. Once more, I underline that trust requested is usually met by an expectation that trust is earned. Without equal and unrestricted participation of women in political life, public service, social institutions, or economic and commercial activity, Afghanistan cannot take its place in the world as a respected society. Women and girls not only have the capacity to contribute to their own society, but a right to contribute meaningfully to their nation's future. It is a fundamental human right and also a fundamental justice. Today, I announce that Australia will commit an additional 40 million Australian dollars in humanitarian assistance. This builds on our earlier commitment of $100 million Australian announced in September 2021. The assistance will help Afghanistan's urgent needs, including in food security, sexual and reproductive health, gender-based violence prevention, livelihoods, shelter and protection. Australia will not be distracted from supporting Afghanistan by other events. We will not cease our efforts to preserve the social and economic gains made over the last 20 years for the people of Afghanistan, and especially for women and girls. I thank you.
Joyce, I think you're having trouble with your microphone. Would you like me to take back the moderation for a little bit while you fix it? I'll do that. Thank you. We now have a video message from His Excellency Mr. Lee Chung-chul, the Republic of Korea Special Representative for Afghanistan and Pakistan.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me first of all thank the UN Secretariat and the governments of Germany, Qatar, and the United Kingdom for co-hosting this event. The political, socio-economic, and humanitarian situation in Afghanistan today marks a huge departure from that of November 2020, when we last met to pledge our commitments for Afghanistan at a high level. Focusing on the humanitarian pillar of the landscape, the magnitude and severity of the challenges facing the country are unprecedented, to say the least. Human suffering, in particular of the vulnerable, including women and children, merits urgent, sustained attention and sincere support from the international community. Multiple humanitarian disasters occurring in many parts of the world must not be a cause for lessening our focus, but rather serve to deepen anew our sense of compassion for those who need our help. We appreciate the continued efforts by the international community for advances in the humanitarian situation in Afghanistan, in particular through the United Nations. While recognizing the pressing need for humanitarian responses, we must also keep the ultimate goal of Afghanistan standing on its own feet, economically and financially, at some stage, very much in our minds. To this end, investment in such fields as the education, health service, and revenue-generating sectors, with a feasible field in the country being agriculture, would be important. For its part, the Republic of Korea contributed $32 million at the end of 2021 for humanitarian assistance for Afghanistan through UN agencies such as UNICEF, WFP, and UNHCR, among others. Moreover, the Korean government has allocated 39.6 billion Korean won, which is roughly equivalent to $32 million at the current rate, for assistance for Afghanistan for the year 2022. We will engage in consultations with relevant stakeholders in due course, with a view to identifying how best to disperse such financial resources. Finally, taking this opportunity, we join others in urging the Taliban to respect the right to education for all Afghans, including girls, and to adhere to their commitments to reopen schools for all female students. Thank you.
Our thanks to the Republic of Korea for their contribution and generosity. I now give the floor to His Excellency, the Permanent Representative of Iran to the United Nations. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Excellencies, the humanitarian situation in Afghanistan continues to deteriorate, and Afghanistan is currently confronted with enormous challenges, opportunities, fears, and hopes. Under the current difficult situation, the international community is expected to partake in helping the people of Afghanistan to overcome the challenges, use the opportunities, win over their fears, and increase hope for a brighter future. As a neighbor to Afghanistan, the Islamic Republic of Iran has stood by the people of Afghanistan and used its capacities and resources to help them overcome the challenges they have faced over the past 4 decades. We have been hosting millions of refugees who have unfortunately received minimal international assistance in the last 4 years. This is just one example of how my country has more or less single-handedly helped the people of Afghanistan. In the course of last several months, Iran has provided more than 30 consignments of humanitarian assistance to the people of Afghanistan. The financial support provided by the international community to the people of Afghanistan is critical in helping Afghanistan to get through the current difficult situation. The seizure of frozen assets belonging to the people of Afghanistan is unlawful. It is critical to release all these assets immediately. Furthermore, it is necessary to ensure hope for the future among the people of this country, especially among the younger generation who will lead Afghanistan in the future. This would not be possible unless an inclusive government is established and sufficient attention is paid to Afghanistan's political and social structures that can involve people from all walks of life, including ethnicities, men, women, and youth. Finally, I would like to reiterate my country's willingness to work with the international community to assist the people of Afghanistan to overcome the current challenges they faced. I thank you.
Our thanks to the government of Iran for their generous support to the Afghan people. Joyce, is your microphone now working? I think I heard you a moment ago. No? Okay, well, in that case, I will continue. And I'd like to invite the Permanent Representative of Bulgaria to the United Nations to speak next.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, while we are grappling with the new humanitarian crisis in Ukraine caused by the unprovoked, unjustified, and illegal aggression of the Russian Federation, the humanitarian situation in Afghanistan has also severely deteriorated and requires the continued engagement of the international community. According to the latest data, 24.4 million people, constituting more than half of the population of the country, are in humanitarian need. The country is facing one of the world's worst humanitarian crises, coupled with an economic and stability crisis. The impact on the neighboring countries and security risks on a regional and global scale are significant. Women and girls are particularly at risk. Reports that families are resorting to sale or forced marriage of girls as a result of the economic crisis are seriously disturbing. A consolidated international approach on tackling the numerous serious challenges currently faced by Afghanistan is required. A balanced and inclusive government with the participation of all ethnic groups needs to be established, and the protection of the human rights of women and girls and their meaningful participation in the Afghan society and everyday life need to be ensured. In this vein, we welcome the renewal of the UNAMA mandate by the UN Security Council until March 2023. The UN presence on the ground is key to facilitating the delivery of humanitarian aid and communication at the local level. However, operational collaboration on the part of the de facto authorities is also a prerequisite for its effective distribution. Providing funds to international humanitarian organizations with strong presence on the ground allows the aid to reach the most vulnerable parts of the Afghan population in the quickest possible way. All actors must ensure safe, rapid, and unhindered access to relief workers and free passage of humanitarian aid to the population in need. Excellencies, the people of Afghanistan need our support. They need the international community to step up, and Bulgaria is committed to doing its part. In addition to the previous contributions, Bulgaria has allocated new funding to the amount of €70,000 to be disbursed through UNHCR and UNICEF projects in Afghanistan. Thank you.
Our thanks to the government of Bulgaria. I now give the floor to His Excellency, the Permanent Representative of the Philippines to the UN office in Geneva.
Thank you, Secretary General Antonio Guterres, Excellency. In solidarity with the people of Afghanistan, we wish to announce that the Philippine government will be contributing $100,000 to support the humanitarian response in Afghanistan. This would be on top of the Philippines' voluntary contribution to other humanitarian agencies and appeals. We express our profound gratitude to refugee hosting countries and aid workers on the ground for shouldering their heavy burden. For its part, the Philippines, to the best of our modest capacity, takes to heart the continuous reminder for responsibility and burden sharing. Last year, the Philippines welcomed Afghan refugees in line with our strong belief that we must open our doors to those fleeing their homelands because of fear of persecution. At the onset of the crisis, the Philippines also heard the call of the Secretary General and donated to the Afghanistan Flash Appeal 2021 through the Afghanistan Humanitarian Fund, AHF. We strongly endorse scaled-up support for socioeconomic assistance for refugees and other persons of concern, including providing basic needs like education, food, health, and shelter. In the broader context, we call for concerted efforts of states to address climate and disaster-related displacement, which exacerbates the already dire situation of refugees like those from Afghanistan who have to face severe or serious droughts. We emphasize the need to ensure that vulnerable groups are protected. The Philippines is committed to support the UN and other international programs in responding to the humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan. I thank you.
Thank you, Representative of the Philippines. I now give the floor to Ms. Anna Evstingenieva, Deputy Permanent Representative of the Russian Federation to the United Nations. You have the floor.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. Your Excellencies, colleagues, at the outset, I would like to thank organizers of today's event on mobilization of financial resources aiming assisting the population of Afghanistan. We see this initiative of the UN Secretary General, Qatar, United Kingdom, and Germany as one very recent, if not delayed. Let me remind you that the call for convening such a conference was announced at the third meeting of Moscow format of consultations on October 20, 2021. Situation in Afghanistan is very dynamic. We are particularly concerned by humanitarian and socioeconomic problems of the country. Afghanistan population is facing one of the most fast developing humanitarian crises in the world. People face hunger, poverty, and unemployment. Prognosis that we hear from the UN are not promising. More than half of the Afghanistan population will acutely need aid this year. Every second child below 5 years old will suffer malnutrition. In the conditions of total blockade of banking systems and acute unemployment, the population of the country remains on the brink of survival. Afghan people have to continue to sell their children and body organs to feed their families. In this situation, we commend first and foremost the work of the UN humanitarian agencies in Afghanistan who stayed on the ground all these years and recent months. We commend also the steps undertaken by international structures and financial institutions, namely World Bank, which has taken a decision to unfreeze assets of Afghanistan Reconstruction Fund to ease the humanitarian situation in the country. Unfortunately, these steps are not enough for sustainable improvement of lives of Afghan civilian population. International humanitarian aid can hardly allow us to decrease the social distress. The destruction of Afghan economy seriously exacerbates already dire humanitarian situation. Against the backdrop of overall tragedy of the current situation, we continue to see the attempts of a number of states under any pretext to torpedo the revival of the work of the Afghanistan financial operators with international banking system and postpone the steps to unfreeze Afghanistan's assets. The February decision of President Biden to block the accounts of Afghanistan Central Bank and to reserve a part of frozen assets to pay compensations to relatives of the victims of 9/11 attacks is cynical and immoral. Let me remind you that so far we haven't seen a single proof of affiliation of ordinary Afghan citizens to those attacks or their organization. Meanwhile, such executive order close any opportunities for the new authorities to normalize the economic activities in Afghanistan. We call on the US and other Western donors to stop speculating on the Afghan issue, unfreeze assets and bring money back to the country and begin to provide comprehensive assistance to normalizing socioeconomic and humanitarian situation. If Afghanistan without any conditions and caveats. After all, it's the US and their allies who bear the primary responsibility for the 20 years of their presence in the country. Russia continues to provide humanitarian assistance to the Afghan people. Afghanistan is traditionally in the focus of the Russian humanitarian assistance, including within the UN. In the end of the 2021 and beginning of this year, we provided Afghanistan with a humanitarian cargo, including foodstuffs,